accolade? Baby, I'll take it any day. I'll take it any day. You know, we got anti-Israel hate and chaos cast shadow over the DNC. Apparently we got some protests going on, and I guess that's normal. You got the DNC, you got the Planned Parenthood, same as DNC, outside giving vasectomies and abortions. But hey, with every dead baby, maybe you get a free taco. I don't know. Modern Democrats hate Jews. They hate babies, which is why they think that October 7 was maybe a good idea. You couldn't pay me to vote Democrat. No, you could not pay me to vote Democrat. Any amount of money. I wouldn't do that to you. I wouldn't do it to my family. I wouldn't do it to my children. Hell's bells, I wouldn't even do it to Dragon.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
This is Dan Kaplis. A profound lack of respect for human life is causing an explosion of reckless driving, which is leaving a trail of dead and broken bodies on our roadways. Our firm is dedicated to forcing reckless drivers and their insurance carriers to pay in full for all of the harm they inflict. We are a serious firm for serious cases. We accept righteous injury cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need our help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dankapleslaw.com.
Hear that? That is the sound of obstacles facing your business. But when you join Lenovo's free online membership program, Lenovo Pro, to support all your business tech, those obstacles just go away. Join Lenovo Pro for free. Visit Lenovo.com today. Lenovo. Unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
Overspending on Amazon? Earn while you shop with Drop. Earn rewards on every purchase, online or in-store. Download Drop now and use code DROP11 to get $5 in points. Get rewarded for shopping today.
Hi, it's Glenn Beck. Have you been thinking about selling your home? If you want the most money, call the agent that I would call, Troy Hansford. Troy sells more houses for more money than anyone in Denver. And his secret is a unique marketing system that's proven to get his clients the most money. Troy is so confident in his system that he will make you this guarantee. He'll sell your house at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. Now, here's how it works. You just meet with Troy, you agree on a price and a timeline, and if he can't get you that price, he'll pay you $5,000 guaranteed. Troy Hansford, he spends tens of thousands on marketing to generate demand for your home. Troy has hundreds of approved home buyers looking for houses, and they might be a buyer for your home right now. So give Troy a call at 720-900-4433. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in 7 days. So call Troy Hansford. Get more money at 720-900-4433. 720-900-4433.
Troy Hansford, RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Hey, I'm here with retirement expert Al Martinez from Annuity.com. Al, experts warn the stock market could fall by 60%. What are you predicting?
Well, I don't have any idea. With global wars, trade wars, currency wars, there's so many things that are so unpredictable right now. Any money in the market feels risky to me. So if you're over 50, you don't want any risky money. You want safe money. You need to market-proof your money and be absolutely certain your money will last as long as you live. If you're not sure how much you'll need to live comfortably to 100, you need to read our book, Safe Money.
For your free copy of Safe Money, call now 800-871-9832. That's 800-871-9832. 800-871-9832.
Hi, it's Mandy Connell. Join my friends Gary Bell and Brad Pollock for the Bell and Pollock Legal Show right here on KHOW every Saturday morning at 7. It's a live call-in show to give Coloradans like you free legal advice on any topic you'd like to discuss with them.
Plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, and drains, think Plumline Services. With quality brands like Carrier and always plumb crazy value. I use Plumline in my home on a mission of excellence with character and ethics. Clear drains, fix leaks, wiring, and quality Carrier systems. Plumline Services. From Castle Rock to Fort Collins. Service at home. Servants at heart. 25 years strong. PlumlineServices.com. Plumline and Carrier. Turn to the experts.
This report is sponsored by the Ben Ferguson Podcast.
Another hot one for your Wednesday. Temperatures in the mid-90s, starting off with sunshine. Then we've got a good round of storms moving in for later on this afternoon, becoming severe over the eastern plains. I'm Fox 31 Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burse.
Coming up on the Ben Ferguson Podcast, the U.S. media acting like we live in Russia as they are lying to your face about Harris's record. So will it work on the American people? We're going to break down the lies on the Ben Ferguson Podcast. Download it now.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Listen on the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free. Never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Sherry Preston. Divers searching the wreck of that sunken yacht off the coast of Sicily have recovered at least 4 bodies today. 2 people who were on board are still missing after the ship went down in a storm early Monday. 15 were able to escape. They are still trying to determine exactly why that boat sank so quickly. Democratic National Convention's second night featured a double dose of the Obamas. Tonight, Bill Clinton and Tim Walz will speak. Donald Trump was in Michigan. ABC's Rachel Scott has more on that.
We saw the former president talk about the economy and turning to crime. Today, he'll be out in North Carolina with his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, focused on national security. Polls show that he does have an advantage on Kamala Harris on most of those issues, but she is performing better than President Biden did.
A new study of common baby food sampled from U.S. grocery stores finds roughly 2/3 don't meet the standards for healthy baby food that has been set by the World Health Organization. I'm Sherry Preston, ABC News. The FTC says it's strongly considering an appeal after a Texas judge struck down a rule that would have banned non-compete clauses, the judge saying the agency overstepped its authority. One of the most famous couples in the country on the way to divorce court.
Just over 2 years after getting married, Jennifer Lopez has filed for divorce from Ben Affleck. The two were wed in a Las Vegas ceremony in July of 2022. Reunited after almost 20 years, they called off their first engagement back in 2003. They both went their separate ways, got married, had kids, got divorced, and found their way back to each other in 2021. She told People in 2022, quote, "It's a beautiful love story that we got a second chance." The two have been rumored to be heading towards divorce for months. Jason Nathanson, ABC News, Hollywood.
And fans of autumn waiting for the return of pumpkin spice to Starbucks. The coffee giant's been teasing it on social media with some speculation that pumpkin spice flavored drinks could be showing up in stores, maybe even this week. Sherry Preston, ABC News.
At Social Security, we are always thinking of ways to save you time and make things easier. That's why we created My Social Security. Opening a My Social Security account gives you secure access to your personal record and interactive tools tailored for you. You can see if you are eligible to receive benefits, view spousal benefit estimates, and compare retirement benefit estimates at different ages or dates when you want to start receiving benefits. Already receiving benefits? Use your account to change your address, set up or change direct deposit, get a proof of income letter, and more. In most states, you can also request a replacement Social Security card. Save time. Go online. Open a My Social Security account at ssa.gov/myaccount. Social Security. Securing today and tomorrow.
Produced at U.S. taxpayer expense.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The Gulcher fire in Jefferson County that was sparked by lightning yesterday has grown to more than 200 acres. It's burning near Lookout Mountain along Highway 6 west of Golden. Jeffco Sheriff spokesperson Jackie Kelly.
There are no homes in the way of this fire right now. So we're going to try and do everything we can to keep it that way.
She says the fire is burning in difficult terrain and rattlesnakes are an issue. They have requested air support to help fight the fire. Arapahoe County voters will have to decide between higher property taxes or cuts in essential services. County commissioners yesterday voted to approve a ballot question that would allow Arapahoe County to increase property taxes to pre-Tabor levels. County officials say they've been using federal money to cover the gap between revenue and spending, but without those dollars, they'll have to cut $35 million in what they call essential services next year. If approved by voters and the mill levy is returned to pre-Tabor levels, it would generate about $74 million.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
Trying to get our drive wrapped up this morning. Still very busy across these highways, especially if you're eastbound 270. They've been working on this accident, eastbound 270 approaching Vasquez, for a long time. The good news is they just cleared it a few moments ago. So we are reopened. Traffic's starting to move a little better at the front of the jam, but it did back us up to I-25, and it slowed westbound traffic from I-70 up to that crash scene. Watch for a medical emergency reported in the center of the highway, northbound I-25 north of Arapahoe. It's slowing up from Dry Creek. Denver weather for today, we're looking at mostly cloudy skies, but it's going to be a warm one, high up near 94. It's right now 80. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
It's Mattress Firm's best sale of the year, Labor Day sale. Save up to $900 on select adjustable mattress sets from Stearns & Foster, Tempur-Pedic, and Sealy. Plus, get up to a $300 instant gift for pillows and more.
Get ready to win your way to our 2024 iHeartRadio Music Festival, presented by Capital One, and $1,000.
T-Mobile Arena here in Las Vegas, September 20th and 21st.
Streaming live only on Hulu.
Buy tickets now at AXS.com.
This year, you can be there to witness all of the incredible once-in-a-lifetime performances live and in person. Buy your iHeartRadio Music Festival tickets now, starting at just $55 plus taxes and fees at AXS.com.
Does your kitchen or bath or windows or doors need help? Well, way back in the 80s, my dad, Dan Cicchini, did the first radio ad for Dunright Kitchens, Baths, Windows, and Doors. He said, and I quote, "Started the company with a philosophy that was drilled into me by my dad when I was a kid, and that is, if you're gonna do it right or don't bother," unquote. Well, this is Todd Cicchini, and having grown up with that philosophy, it's now my responsibility to pass it on to the third generation of our family working at Dunright, and all the other folks that work here also. Quality, dependability, fair pricing, treat people like you want to be treated. A bathroom like a spa, a kitchen like the morning sunrise, windows and doors that make you proud. That's what we strive for.
Hi folks, this is Dan. Susan and I are very proud of our legacy, and if our Dunright family can help your family, call us. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word, we'll treat you right at Dunright. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Need a new roof? Call Excel Roofing, 303-761-6400.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Guess who I'm with? John Fuller, Fuller Law, personal injury, plus a lot more. He's been around so long, he learns by osmosis. So he'll be my co-host today, personalinjuryco.com. And the website has a lot of information. We got a lot to talk about today. I like educating. Do you need it up or down, John? Down? Okay, let's see. Is that better? Okay. We were talking about his headphone. And if you're on streaming, you can see us on the wide shot. And we have a lot to talk about. I wanted to get to it yesterday. I didn't get to it, but there are a lot of issues in the news. And you know, a lot of times I like to talk about things in terms of education, not necessarily taking a stand, but in terms of education. And I did that like with Project 2025. You know, what exactly does it say and who exactly embraces it? And then I have some other issues that came up that I think as consumers we become smarter. But I think you're smart enough, I don't have to tell you where to stand on any issue. Jan, though, wants to talk about a HELOC. A HELOC stands for Home Equity Line of Credit, HELOC. Jan, take it away. What's going on?
Hi. Well, I have the HELOC home, and it was sold to a new mortgage company. And Well, I would say it was in July.
Okay, how long have you had, Jan, how long have you had a HELOC?
For a really long time. I got it from that My Bank, My Way.
Okay, okay, so hold on. You did it from mymoneymyway.com or what? No, it was, my bank. I know what you mean. It's the CMG.
Right,
is it the CMG mortgage?
It should be.
That's a good one, Mark.
No,
okay, so here's what I want to know, though, and I don't mean to belabor details, but you also have a first, is that right, or is all you have this HELOC?
I just have a HELOC.
Okay, she's talking, folks, about normally a HELOC. We talk about a HELOC in terms of a second. She has that original first that CMG Mortgage pioneered, where you can pay as much or as little as you want, and it's kind of like a 30-year line of credit where you pay it up. I mean, you borrow it up, you pay it down, you borrow it up, you pay it down. You can pay interest only. It's really, you're in control. And so who did you get it from back in the day when you had it?
Oh, my gosh. I don't remember because it's been that many years.
Okay.
Tom, I think the only bank that has done those in this country is CMG.
Okay.
So then that was probably who it was.
And did you do it as a result of hearing it on this show?
I did.
Okay. I had one. So what's going on? I think Deputy Doc has one too. But anyway, what's going on, Jan?
Well, so what's happened is when they sold it to this new mortgage company, but they're it's supposed to be an interest only, and then I've always added my own principal money into it.
Sure.
And now they've changed it into a regular mortgage.
No, they can't do that. No one can change anything. Hold on.
Well, they have.
No, I don't think they have.
And I'm not getting.
Jan.
Only if you agreed to it somehow.
No, Jan. I know what happened. I know. Okay, let me explain what I think happened. Many of the CMG HELOCs, the 30-year lines of credit, they freeze at 10 years and become regularly amortized.
Right.
You right, John?
Yeah,
you looked into that? Now, or a lot of HELOCs do that. Now, I think there's an option where at that 10-year mark you can refinance it. But Mark, did you know that? And we should
I've got one. So mine doesn't work the way you're talking about. Mine was through CMG. They did sell it to some other bank, but it doesn't matter. The bottom line is in 10 years, depending on the equity of the house, they'll take basically 1% a year. So at 10 years, that would be 10% less than the amount that you started with.
Well,
in other words, if you got $1 million credit line, in 10 years you would have a $900,000 credit line.
Jan, I'm almost positive, just because of laws, no one is going to do anything illegally in any mortgage business unless they're crooks, and these people aren't crooks. So we would have to see what you're talking about. Did you get a notice saying that you no longer have access to your line of credit?
No. So can I explain just a minute?
Go ahead now. Go ahead and explain.
So when I received the first payment, it was a home equity line statement. Then the second statement I received was a monthly billing statement, which was for August. And I have called them on 6 different occasions. They say their HELOC department is so backed up, they can't even talk to them themselves. They do everything electronically to them. And I'm not getting any. I get the same answer.
Mark, can we get John on?
I'm 3 steps ahead of you. Kelly's going to be calling him in a second.
Put Jan on hold. Jan, we have someone who's one of the largest marketers of this loan in the area. Now, he's not with us.
He actually works for CMG as well.
Oh, okay. I knew he was a broker, but he actually works for them.
Absolutely.
Okay, then that's who we're going to talk to. Hold on, Jan. We'll get to the bottom of this. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Mike has a timeshare question, what I lovingly refer to as financial herpes. What's going on, man?
Can you hear me?
I can, Mike.
Okay. So the deal is my daughter and her ex-husband decided to go to Las Vegas. They had a couple extra drinks. They signed up for a timeshare.
Now, were they married at the time, or was it still her ex-husband?
They were married at the time.
Okay, that's what I needed to know. So your daughter and husband bought a timeshare.
Well, they signed the paperwork.
Well, that's called buying. That's called buying. So what happened then?
Well, they never used it. They also were required to sign up for a credit card to help pay for the down payment on it. They never used it. They never activated it. They never used it.
They still own it, Mike. I know that. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make a case that they never bought it. They bought it. They just didn't. They just breached their contract. I'm trying to cut to the chase so we can actually help you. So most likely, all of the paperwork was done properly. They bought it, but they breached the contract. They never made any payments. Is that correct?
That's correct, and it was back in 2017.
Okay, hold on. Okay, then what happened?
Well, so
when did they divorce?
Until now.
When did they divorce?
I'm sorry, pardon me?
When did they divorce?
I'd have to look that up. It was about 3 or 4 years ago.
I'll say, okay, so let's just say 2020. What happened then?
So now my daughter wants to buy a house, and this timeshare thing is coming up on there as being, there. And so in the divorce decree, it was mentioned that the husband was supposed to take care of the timeshare.
Okay.
And he never did.
Okay.
So my daughter
means nothing to the timeshare company.
Yeah, but hold on, Mark. I was going to drop that bomb, but see, Mike, what Mark was alluding to is divorce decrees cannot make a creditor assign responsibility.
Right, but it was 2017, so that
but hold on, just wait. Let's take one thing at a time. Sure. The divorce decree can't tell a creditor, don't go after this one, go after this one. All they can do, is force an agreement between the husband and wife, which is not totally bad, because if there was a court decree saying it was his responsibility, she has a civil action against him to make him pay it. But you can't make the timeshare people go after him and not your daughter.
Yeah, it's no defense.
No, none at all.
And guys, worse than that, as far as the credit reporting, because that's what she's dealing with now, even if it's paid, it's still going to show that lack.
Yep.
Yeah, even if it's paid now, it's going to show they never paid it. Now, but then he has another point. If it was 2017, when did it go into default, and when would it expire? So here's the reality of this situation, Mike, and why it's staying there. Let's say it went into default in 18. That's most likely when it would have gone into default. Then you would count 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. In 2024, they reached the 6-year mark, which means they can no longer get a judgment in court to collect in Colorado. But they may have signed this somewhere else where the laws of another state are in effect. So where did they sign it?
Las Vegas.
So Nevada law would take effect, and I don't know what the statute is in Nevada law for collection of debt. But let's just say it's the same as Colorado. And that means that this company cannot pursue a judgment against your daughter, which is really good. That means they can't garnish wages, they can't do anything. But what they can do is report it.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
And that's what's holding up the thing.
And it's going to continue to. And in fact, she's not going to be able, timeshare people will never, ever relent on it. Ever.
There might, one out might be have someone like Michael Finn or even you, but someone attempt to offer them a certain amount of money in a very careful way so it doesn't renew, to get rid of the credit reporting.
Yeah, you can negotiate something, a payment.
They won't talk to us.
What is it showing up as? Is it showing up as a foreclosure?
I don't know the specifics of that.
It's most likely not. It's most likely showing up as a default.
Yes, I think that's correct.
Mike?
But it's holding up the real estate transaction.
Well, it's absolutely going to. This is what you call consequences.
I think we should ask Finn.
Times for herpes.
Yeah, but listen, Mark. Okay. What Finn is going to tell us is what?
I'm just saying, I guarantee he has run across this exact reason more than any of us ever have. And there must be some form of workaround or negotiation or something.
Okay, but let's call him. You're right. It's not going to hurt because there's a lot of wisdom in the more counsel we get, right? As the Bible says. So here's what I want to do. I want to get as many opinions as possible. But I want to ask something else. And that is, are the original timeshare people coming after you, or is it a separate company? Do you know?
Nobody's coming after them. It's just the fact that it's holding up the real estate transaction.
Okay, hold on. Mark, can you tell Kachina during the break who to call?
Yeah. And then we got CMG up, so we'll figure out line one.
Yeah, I'm going to talk to John Clace with CMG about the all-in-one loan, which, by the way, in and of itself is a pretty damn good loan. But what happened to Jan, we'll figure it out. Plus, we have John Fuller with us from Fuller Law. He can talk personal injury or anything, of course, you want. And then I want to tell you about the extraordinary deal at waterpros.net. We're talking about a whole house softening and reverse osmosis purification for drinking. The whole thing for $31.95. 31 is incredible because he was charging $34 just for the softener and $1,400 just for the pure water. You get both for $31.95 while it lasts, and that's 303-862-5554.
Business owners, don't you love the summer in Colorado, but hate to paint? Do what business owner Steve did. He called Rhino Shield.
The building itself is made out of concrete block. We've had it painted once before, and I heard the ads for Rhino Shield, and that piqued my interest.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
So the Rhino Shield crew that came out was really good. Next to our building, we have some automotive repair shop. There was no paint, no overspray anywhere that I could see, even on the concrete.
Business or residential, right now get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
You don't think of paint as an investment, but when you don't have to worry about painting your building for 25 years, to me is a no-brainer.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
You know, here's the deal. When you talk about risk, it has a correlation with aging, or it should, if you're smart. When you're younger, you can take more risk and ride the market. As you get older and accumulate money and you lose a chunk, it takes a long time to recover. And that's why a lot of people, if they have a lump sum, may want to transfer it to something guaranteed. Joe Ciano is a certified financial planner, and he talks about this. Joe, talk about guarantees for people who have accumulated retirement funds.
You bet, Tom. You know, a lot of people today are concerned about the stock market, you know, the ups and downs of the market. And people are aging. Right now, we're getting older. America's getting older. So when people reach retirement years, they don't want to take any chances of losing their nest egg. And this is why we have the guaranteed pension account annuity. This annuity is very unique. It offers people guarantees in writing that they'll never lose their principal or their gains that they make. Think about that.
And Joe, I want to talk about one other feature that's very important right now. If somebody lost 10%, 15%, they can get that back immediately.
Well, absolutely. That's the bonus. I was going to say, you know, it has a 15% bonus immediately. that goes into their account. So if they lost any money, they will get an additional 15% working for them in their account day one. And then at the end, when they get ready to retire, they're going to get a guaranteed paycheck, a guaranteed income stream for the rest of their lives. And one more thing that is really important in today's time is long-term care. The annuity has a long-term care benefit to help them pay for the astronomical expense of long-term care, whether it's a nursing home, Alzheimer's facility, assisted living, or in-home care.
To find out more.
Right now it's costing like...
Yeah, okay, Joe, I'm sorry. To find out more, though, you need to call them 303-779-6600, 779-6600, mymoneymyway.com. Hey, ZeroResDenver.com. What an incredible way to get your carpets cleaned. Now, I speak from experience, and honest to God, when I tell you this, they are the only people I will let in my home once I learned what they do. Not one chemical emulsifier, no soaps, nothing goes into my carpet. In fact, all the old cleaning crap comes out. Once you get it cleaned and you're zero resified, you'll never go back, because then you never contend with any crud or any residue. No dirt attracting residue. Your carpets stay clean longer, and your whole environment is healthier because of it. ZeroResDenver.com. And you know what? They start at like $109 for 3 rooms, $75 off duct cleaning. They do duct cleaning, solid surface, and all kinds of cleaning in your home with the same water, purified water, the best cleaning agent in nature. ZeroResDenver.com, 303-471-5150.
Cute. All right, there you go.
All right, there you go.
Yeah.
Boy, I thought that Michelle Obama looked good, man.
For a guy, you bet.
Man, she's hot.
It's definitely hanging low. So they were asking over on our other show, who do you think the best speaker was? I said, well, my favorite so far hasn't spoken yet, because it's going to be a guy with a detonator going, Allah Akbar! Just keep it brief. In and out. No need to, say a lot.
Republicans should.
Yep. Hit it and quit.
Yeah?
Huh?
Mark said Michelle Obama was good.
No.
In bed.
Said she's hot.
Yep.
If Michelle Obama decided to run, she would have won.
Oh, not only would she have won, she would have won by 99% according to Tom Math.
She could have been her own first husband.
I don't think she would have been terrible.
If it says Dem or if it's blue, Tom loves it.
I don't think she would have been terrible. What did you say?
Speaking of blue, how about that Harris?
Oh, yeah, a woman.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255, 888-heating.com. You need, going into the fall, you need someone dependable for your furnace. Or now for your air, you still got a lot of heat. 888-heating. Or a lot of heat in the air, that is. 888-heating.com. Honest people, people we know, we've known for years. 888-heating.com. Let's talk. Now, we have John Place with us. He's with CMG. CMG invented this thing. Actually, there was a mortgage bank in Australia. Whatever it is, CMG is the leader. And they do these all-in-one loans where you can have flexibility paying the interest and principal. You can borrow money, then pay it back all at once, or pay back a little, or whatever. It's a great flexible line of credit. John Jan said it was sold. Now, I'm not sure if the actual loan was sold or just the servicing of that loan. And she seems to indicate that it's switching from a line of credit to a regular amortized product. Have you heard of that?
Do you know how long ago she got the loan? Because the ones that were done like 10 years ago, some of them have been sold, but it's been a long time.
Now, but when they were sold, did they at any time, did the all-in-one loan ever convert to a regular amortized product?
It did not, and people usually make a mistake. After 10 years, what it does, it reduces your line of credit, but it never converts to a regular amortized product. No.
Okay, so Jan, you got to help us out here. How long have you had that loan?
Well, it was a 30-year loan, and I mean, I've had it for quite a while. Like I would say, probably 20 years. 20-plus years.
John, that was back when we were doing that originally, probably, back when she heard it on my show with you and your brother. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
And so would that be Macquarie, or was that still CMG?
It was Macquarie. But
who's is it? River Source? Who's servicing the loan now? Is it Riverstone?
No, it's being serviced by. They just sold it. It was serviced by Specialized Loan Servicing, and in July, they sold it to Shell Point.
Yep.
And the reason why I think that they've.
Okay, Jan, the reason you believe it converted to a regular loan is why?
Is because now they're charging me principal and interest.
So what they do, so how the loan product works, even back then, was after 10 years, so let's say you had a $200,000 loan. After 10 years, so on the 121st month, they start reducing the line of credit by 1/240th every month. So it almost, people think it's a principal and interest payment, but what it is, it's a forced zero balance after 30 years, but your payment goes up, because they're making you pay. It's a forced payoff after 30 years. So
so what they're trying to do is collect enough principal so at the end of 30 years she's paid up. But then doesn't that defeat the purpose, though? Isn't that truly just a regular mortgage, or can she still borrow from it?
She can still borrow if she has equity. Typically, most people have paid it down enough that they still have the equity that they can borrow.
Okay.
If you're
And what's the loan to value that they figure that on?
Well, it was kind of when you started, so it could have been at 80%. So if she's max,
but do they go by the original value or the current value?
Yeah, original.
So can she So she can just refi if she needed to, right?
Oh, she can refi, and the banking system is great now. I mean, we've updated it. It's 100% better than what happened with this Shell Point, and because they're not a good servicer, and we don't use them anymore. We haven't used them since back 15 years ago.
So, John, you could refi this loan with her probably and get her into the new version.
I could, yes.
And then she would reset the clock, and she wouldn't have to do the 240th of it?
Correct. And we could set it to where she wanted to, line of credit, still pay it down just as fast as she want. But, yeah, just right now she's getting to the tail end of the loan, where
because it's a 30-year line of credit. She had it 20 years. So naturally, Jan, they're trying to collect some minimum principal, and if you had more equity, you would still be able to borrow. So I don't think anything is wrong with what is going on. I just think that you need to get rid of it and just refinance it because your house went up in value.
Which is fine with me. I want out of this group.
Okay. Well, listen. Let me give you CMG all-in-one number. Is this number good? The 577 number, John, or is that your cell?
206.
What's that?
No, that's my direct office. That's good. That's
303-577-7206.
Hey, I got a quick question for John. When she did get that sold to either another bank or a servicing company, if she was offsetting with her income into the old bank's checking account, does she got to open up a new checking account? How does that part work?
I think John will take care of all that. Go ahead.
Yeah, we will, because right now the banking services, that's what's in the last 5 years is just accelerated, and you'll want to do that. Yes, we will probably shut that banking account down completely and start a new one. She doesn't have to, but that would be best for her, most likely.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, John Clace. We appreciate that very much. And by the way, speaking of real estate, Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, will do a valuation of your home to see what it's worth in this current market with current interest rates. If you're thinking of selling, there is no obligation to ask him. He'll do a complete analysis. 303-920-1622.
Wow, that was good.
Yeah, baby.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Audible. We're actually doing pretty good on the highway drive out here. We aren't dealing with any major crashes or stalls, just a little leftover slowing southbound I-25. About I-70, it's busy getting down to the stadium curve. Northbound I-25 in good shape up through the tech center. Do watch for a crash. Westbound Hamden at Logan has traffic a little tied up through the Englewood area. You do have construction tying up the left lane eastbound I-70 out near East Colfax. Traffic a little heavy from Tower Road. And if you're up into the high country, heavy jamming westbound I-70 in Idaho Springs. Those right lanes coned off with road work. Denver weather today, partly cloudy skies, high up near 93. We've warmed up to 81. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW. Get immersed in new worlds and ideas with Audible. Explore an incredible selection of audiobooks, podcasts, and originals, all in one easy app. There's more to imagine when you listen. Sign up for a free trial at audible.com.
Hey, this is a prime example of some of the weather where you don't even need AC. Maybe today, in a little while, it'll kick on. But with QCColorado.com, the quiet, cool whole house fan, it's on now. And I'm here in my home studio. You don't hear it. John doesn't hear it. Nobody hears it, but you feel the cool air. Now listen, you use it mornings and evenings, or you can use it on cooler days throughout the day. You can use it in the winter on those mild days. The bottom line is this. Quiet, cool whole house fan will help ventilate your home. It'll help even out temperatures, and your AC works less as a result. It is a wonderful thing to have in your home. I save money on air conditioning, and I love the cool, fresh air. By the way, someone mentioned, does it pull in dust and debris and pollen and all that? Not really, because there is an option you can get for HEPA screens. Wonderful idea. Now, not everyone needs it, of course, but if you do, they make them. HEPA screens for your windows, so you get filtered air. That's QCColorado.com. Go there. You will love this place. You will love the results. 800. That's 303-800-3419.
Thank you.
How much time do I have?
God, 3.5 minutes. It's crazy. You can do all sorts of stuff for John.
So are you okay with that? It's on right now, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday.
We're on now.
Hey, John.
Yes, sir.
We're literally
It's like being in a luxurious hotel over there, isn't it? I mean, like, maid service, butler service. Yeah, some of the most comfortable seating.
We've had the butler down here 2 or 3 times already, serving us coffee and
I know there's turn down service because you get turned down everywhere you go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I've been used to turn down service for a long time.
Tom, also, if you're a special guest, we'll give you the reach around service, so watch out.
Nice.
That's a good one.
Yeah.
So
really thinking out of the box there, so to speak,
Yeah.
That's a good euphemism for that. Thank you. So one of my old program directors was a gay guy. Great guy. Loved him. We had a lot of fun. Out drinking one night with his husband and my wife, and she got drunk enough to ask about the reach around. Awesome.
Nice.
Awesome moment. Awesome moments with your boss. So explain this to me. When you're getting pounded in the butt, I'm like, honey.
Wow.
That was strong to very strong.
Nice.
Oh.
Wow.
Yep.
That was a good car ride home, I bet,
Oh, I didn't.
I bet.
Oh, my
Hell of
God.
an Uber ride.
Hey, I used to replace his office seat with a mic stand about twice a month. He liked me.
How could he not?
Oh, how could anybody not like Shannon?
I'm a man of the people. That guy. Oh wait, she's yelling at you. Even though Tom's not there, what'd you need?
Mike Finn is going straight to voicemail and is not answering any of my texts.
I'll let him know.
Thank you. A little surprised you don't travel with a paralegal just to keep everything straight.
Carry my briefcase and stuff.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. I used to, you know.
They must have loved you explaining paralegal. Yeah, that's Latin for barely legal, okay?
Exactly. You just got to check the ID on that, you know.
Uh-huh.
The timeshare guy is not answering right now, so Flynn or whoever.
Did Mark call him?
They just said they've called him 3 times and it's going right to voicemail and he's not answering.
Ain't got no fin, Tom.
Got no fin.
Like a dead shark, we ain't got no fin.
Kind of like a dead shark. But that's nice soup, though, you know, that shark fin soup.
I've told you
That is
about
good
my
stuff.
attorney, Harvey Steinberg. When he is wearing a shark skin suit, you can't tell where he ends and the suit begins.
The shark finning has dual purpose.
So
One,
what
it gives
should we do?
Harvey a new
I
suit,
think-
makes a nice pot of soup.
I think we need to get him back on. I'll tell him that.
Okay.
Get who back on?
I tell Mike, Kachina, tell Mike we'll get him back on when we can get a hold of our timeshare.
And when we can get a hold of Kachina, she's not here either.
What number?
Who's on the? Who's doing the phones?
She just walked out. Hang on, you're up.
Hi, Tom Martino here with John Fuller, Fuller Law, personalinjuryco.com. Hey, Mike with the timeshare. You don't have to pull him up, but Mike, we're going to get you back on when we can get our timeshare attorney on to talk about your situation with your daughter. Right now, I want to go on to some other people that have been waiting a while. Adam has an issue with the Guitar Center. What's going on, Adam? I must say, I don't think I've ever had an issue with Guitar Center before, so this is a first. What's happening?
All right. Can you hear me all right?
I sure can, man. What's going on?
So I bought a Ibanez guitar from Guitar Center in October, and I bought the warranty with it, and they've been kind of tiptoeing around actually using the warranty for what I was promised.
Now, let me just
could be
say
done
something.
with it.
They're really big on selling those warranties. I bought one. I bought a guitar for my son, or 2 of them, and they really push those warranties. But we've never had to use it. So tell me, when you say you're having trouble, what do you mean?
Okay, so when I first bought it, they told me that I could either get my money back in full for the guitar, which was huge, or I could just get a brand new replacement from the manufacturer.
Oh, I never heard of a refund on those. Man, I'm not telling you you don't have that, but I've never heard of that before.
Right.
Now, are you sure? Yeah. Wait, are you sure they said a refund? Mark, have you ever heard of those? On that,
I don't know why they'd call it a warranty. It sounds more like a guarantee. No, I have
mean,
not.
So, do you have it in writing where you can look at it? I have mine
I didn't get.
Go ahead.
So, I have the receipt with the warranty, but I have my friend who was there with me who can also verify that they promised me a refund in cash.
John Fuller, if they promise him a refund in cash and it's not in the warranty and his friend says, yeah, they said it, I mean, let's get right to it. Can they enforce that kind of thing?
Yeah, probably not.
I listen, you're going to have a real...
Why didn't you take that? Or what?
Yeah, let's talk about the issue. What's going on? Did you want a refund? Is that what's happening right now?
I don't care about the refund, but at this point, I want some sort of conclusion because it's been going on for 3 months.
What's wrong with the guitar? What's wrong with the guitar?
Gotcha. Yeah. So it's a hybrid. It's acoustic electric, and the internals for the guitar keep getting unsoldered, which I looked up as a factory error from that guitar.
Ibanez has I didn't even know they made that. So they make an acoustic electric. And so how long ago did you buy it?
I bought it October 11th of last year.
Okay. And go ahead. Will they not even fix it?
Yeah, so what's going on is I've talked to, for the past 3 months, I've talked to 4 different Guitar Center employees, and I finally ended up with the assistant manager who told me that he told me he can replace the guitar, and if they try to fix the guitar, he would do an under-the-table swap and just give me a brand new one.
Yeah.
So we've been emailing back and forth about that, but 2 days ago, he told me it's being fixed and that he gave me no update on if I would get a new guitar, which is unfortunate because the guys, it's going to keep happening. If they fix it, the guitars are going to keep breaking since it's a factory error.
No, hold on. No, that's not true at all. If it's a factory error and they fix it, why would it keep happening? Tell me why. You mean if they just replace the board?
Right.
Because and how do you know the board hasn't been improved since, or do you think they're not addressing it?
I think they're not addressing it because when I first bought the guitar, there was also damage on the bottom of it too, which I asked if I could get a discount on.
Well, okay, hold on, guys. Let me shed a little info on this because I just read their warranty. I'll tell you where they're having an issue. Their warranty does not cover manufacturer's defects, so that warranty does not cover the problem you're having.
Does the manufacturer cover it? And
that I couldn't tell you because I don't know Ibanez's warranty.
Listen, I will tell you that I did buy 2 of these warranties, and they did tell me that if the factory doesn't cover it, I'm covered anyway, and it goes beyond the factory warranty. So
this explicitly says, in the event the product experiences a breakdown which is not covered by any other insurance policy or manufacturer's warranty, they'll cover it.
Okay, but hold on. They'll cover it if it doesn't. So if it's out of the manufacturer's warranty, they will cover it.
That's right, but he said he just bought it. I assume they have at least a 1-year warranty.
Is it under the factory warranty or not?
So for this guitar, it's called the Ibanez TOD10N, and it has a lifetime warranty with Ibanez, which I found out later
So you didn't even need the Guitar Center warranty.
The whole warranty a waste, right?
Correct.
So why?
Not only that, it screwed them. I mean, really, because they won't even fix it.
Now listen, if it has, did you buy the Pro coverage, by the way, from Guitar Center?
I was only told there was one option.
That's what it's called.
Okay, now. Okay, we need to get to the bottom of this. Is Ibanez refusing? Ibanez needs to fix it under warranty. If you have a lifetime warranty, Ibanez needs to fix it.
And that's why they're saying they'll do it under the table. And they don't even own that warranty in-house. They use Assurian, which sells these for everything you can imagine.
I would want my money back on that warranty.
Yes, for sure. You should get your money back on that warranty. Except that warranty wait. Except that warranty, that Pro coverage, if he dropped that guitar,
if it covers damage,
it would. If he dropped the guitar, it would replace it.
Okay, then you won't get your money back.
Adam, man, we need to call Ibanez. I mean, have you talked to Ibanez?
I have not, but when me and the assistant manager kept messaging back and forth, he said that in the email it says Ibanez official guys are going to be on the ones working on it, but since I don't really have faith in that because the guitar has broken 3 times with the same issue, so I'm not...
Well, hold on.
So you should call up Ibanez directly, man.
Did they fix it? Because they didn't offer it. They said it, but they didn't really come through with it. You said they fixed it. Did they actually fix it 3 times?
No. I took it to a different guitar shop to get it repaired.
Well, no. I'm sorry. You can't blame them for that. You need to let Ibanez fix it under their lifetime warranty before you start saying they can't fix it. I mean, I can't work with that. I can't work with you thinking automatically it's not going to get fixed. Because you didn't even give them, they have not even had one chance to fix it.
Right.
Well, let's give them one chance.
You're right.
I mean,
I just kind of was going.
Where's that
Guitar
circuit
Center
board
because I did pay
located?
for the-
I'm trying to. I can picture an acoustic electric guitar. Where's the circuit board located? Is it right below the knobs? Is it what the knobs screw into right there? Is that what it is?
Let's see. It's. Let me get the image pulled up. It's
I'm
like
just
on the
curious
bottom,
where it goes.
like the
I
bottom
think it's
right
right
of
near the control
guitar.
knobs, right?
Yeah, it's just slightly under the knobs.
Right. That's where it is. Right. Okay. You know, that can't be brain damage, for goodness sakes. I mean, I mean, even if they had bad soldering or bad whatever printing on these things, they really should have a handle on fixing that by now. I would give Ibanez, if you have a problem with Ibanez, we'll call them and get involved, but I think you need to give them at least a chance to fix it. By the way, nowhere do I see a cash refund anywhere at all. None. Zero. So I don't know why someone told you that. But if ever, I mean, you got to verify everything people tell you because it's just going to be impossible to prove it. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Blindster.com.
We're actually doing pretty good on the highway drive out here. We aren't dealing with any major crashes or stalls, just a little leftover slowing southbound I-25. About I-70, it's busy getting down to the stadium curve. Northbound I-25 in good shape up through the tech center. Do watch for a crash. Westbound Hamden at Logan has traffic a little tied up through the Englewood area. You do have construction tying up the left lane eastbound I-70 out near East Colfax. Traffic a little heavy from Tower Road. And if you're up into the high country, heavy jamming westbound I-70 in Idaho Springs. Those right lanes coned off with road work. Denver weather today, partly cloudy skies, high up near 93. We've warmed up to 81. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Hi, I'm Kyle at Blindster.com. At Blindster, we offer custom-made faux wood and real wood blinds and shutters, cellular shades, Roman shades, bamboo shades, exterior shades, and more, all at factory direct prices. Don't pay too much for new blinds. Go to Blindster.com.
You want the best, and I mean the best deals ever on water heaters, then you want EuroPlumbingColorado.net. You don't get any better. EuroPlumbingColorado.net. 303-668-6844. Listen to this. A 40-gallon tank fully installed, the old one taken out and hauled away. All of that for $13.99. A 50-gallon, $14.99. No, you won't find it anywhere. In fact, any plumbing repair, they say, put them to the test. They'll beat any price, anywhere, anytime. 303-668-6844. 668-6844. Also, the Art of Granite is a place that loves its pricing to a point where they'll give you prices on the phone. Only people who love their prices will do that. Whether it's granite or any other material, they do them all. And they do wholesale materials to you unless you go out of their remnant yard. If you can find a piece big enough, you get it free. All you pay for is, of course, the templating and installation. 303-386-5919. Get your price right now. 386-5919. theartofgranite.com.
Discover.
Very nice.
Thank you. All right.
Why does that ad sound blown out? Or is it just my port because my port's messed up?
Your port's messed up. Wow.
What's messed up?
Her port.
Is that like they sing about in that Brandy song? There's a girl in a southern port and she works jerking sailors off.
Brandy?
Which port are you talking about?
I struggle to figure out what he's talking about half the time.
I can assume where it's going to start
What are
anyway.
they
So
called now? Front port, rear port? You have to say some specific word for stuff. I always do that to, even when I'm going into the, I don't know, ball arena or something, and I'm coming into, excuse me, you mind if I sneak in your back door here? Is that okay? I'm just coming in with some equipment. You can set up. And always throws them off.
833 CO plans. 833 CO plans.
But heck, then again, when I fly and you go through that machine that sort of sees you naked, right? I always tell them I need a moment to kind of.
Do you sort of get excited, or?
No, I kind of wiggle my shorts a bit.
He wants to pump up.
I've told them that because I said, listen, I want that fresh out of the shower look. Give me a sec. Hang on. Sir. What's it to you if you're going to take a picture?
Hey, John, are you hiring down there? I think Shannon should answer your phones.
I will be out of business by the end of the week.
Did you? And there's something wrong with that?
You'd have the bar on your ass.
Up your ass.
It'd be worse than out of business. Out of business, they'd know me as the defendant, you know?
You had your little old accident, did you? Troubleshooter?
Okay.
I'll tell you the Addie story over the break, John. They did a 2 or 3 week mock trial, and oh man, not good.
Not good for who?
Not good for any of the students. They got dressed and undressed by that judge and the prosecutor and the other attorneys.
Oh, yeah.
One of them actually said something like, a third grader could have written this.
Wait, they said that about Addie?
They said that about the entire class. Ooh. One of the kids got so mad, he walked out.
Wow.
They said, a third grader could have wrote this motion, and I guess he's the one that actually wrote it. He left the courtroom.
I used to do those competitions. Those were fun.
Because you've had accident recreations drawn in crayon, right, John?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I've drawn them in crayon.
Here we go.
Radio station.
Okay, some programming notes here. I just got texted about the QC Whole House fan. And Tom, for pollen in your area and for debris and allergens, you do recommend HEPA screens. Yes, I do. They make them for windows. You don't need them in most times. But if you have a lot of pollen and stuff and you notice it's coming into the home, HEPA screens can filter. It's a great idea. In fact, a lot of people do HEPA screens even without a whole house fan just to filter air coming into their home. It's a great idea, by the way. Okay, so let's continue now. We have John Fuller from Fuller Law with us, and I do have a text for him. John, here's what somebody wants to know. Is there a threshold you recommend people get an attorney for personal injury? That's a weird, loaded question because I have 1,000 other questions on that, but go ahead.
Well, I mean, it really comes down to what your tolerance is for, to put up with here. I mean, as I said yesterday, I mean, if you're starting to get into your health insurance and your med pay and you're worried about coordination of benefits and all that kind of stuff, you're probably in the zone where an attorney makes good sense.
Is there a dollar amount, though, for injuries?
I don't know. I mean, probably the low end of it is going to be $5,000 or $6,000. What your typical ER visit is going to be. I mean, that's where it starts to become really almost imperative that you have somebody on your side.
Or any kind of lingering problem at all.
If you go, 2 weeks later, you go to your PCP and it's $47 and there's no imaging and nothing really wrong with you, then of course I don't think it makes sense to try to pursue something.
Okay. And by the way, what difference does it make to call? Because it never costs you a dime to call.
Yeah, I mean, that's the easy thing is that we can talk about your circumstances. We have people that call us all the time, Tom, some of them that are almost scared to go and get the medical care that they need because they just don't know how it works and how they're going to pay for it. And we can help them answer those questions.
I want to share this real quick. When we got T-boned and we hired John, you know, the accident itself, we didn't go to the ER till the next day. We didn't realize Suzanne had a broken nose and all these other issues literally till the next day. Yeah. It's crazy when something like that happens. Your adrenaline's up. You just have no idea what's going on with your body until a few hours later.
We'll talk about that. Jim, with a hard money loan, I will not have a chance to answer it, but I know a lot about him. We can do that coming back. And then Jeff has an issue with Mike Maroney Honda. Maroney Honda, we'll talk about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255.
Yay. All right.
Oh, goodness gracious me.
Hard money. Sounds like something I can buy on Colfax. Speaking of which, it's got to be great to be a hooker in Chicago right now. Holy crap, the Clintons are there?
It's not as good as the stock show, you know.
I'm fully aware of Buckle Bunnies and their situation.
I wonder if Downtown Willie Brown is in attendance.
Downtown Willie Brown.
Ah! I miss Marion Barry.
Don't you now?
Wasn't he, he have the cocaine in the fridge?
Crack. No.
Crack.
And then
But
when
I
he
didn't put
ran
it there.
again, his whole thing when he ran the second time was,
I hate when people have
come on, man, bitch, set me up. That was really what he said in public.
Of
Bitch
course he
done
did.
set me up.
Probably did set him up.
Mm-hmm.
See, unlike you, I take mayors at their word, or whatever he was.
Well, yeah.
I've yet to find a politician that has lied to us.
Well, here's the problem: is
Except Trump. Trump has literally not told one lie ever.
He'd been in jail. He'd been shot. He paid for a woman. Who's blacker than that guy, man? He's got it all.
Sounds like you're talking about Snoop Dogg as well, you know?
Well, I'm stealing that from some low-level rap guys I saw on TikTok they're going through the list, you know.
You've got to listen to, if you haven't, Shannon, the Theo Von 1 hour interview with Trump.
Cocaine.
It was last weekend. Did you listen to it?
A little bit.
It is so good, man. I can't believe it. I like when he calls Trump dog.
No.
You know, I used to think that was like some on-air persona, but I'm really starting to think Theo Von is Theo Von.
That's him all day long.
It is him, and that's why he's good at it. That's no fake shit. That guy grew up like hillbilly, man.
Mm-hmm.
I love him. We're seeing him next week.
Oh.
But that interview with Trump, I've never heard anything like him, man.
That's great.
When Trump starts getting into his brother, it's a little sad, man.
Well, yeah.
Who is this? I've never heard of this person.
Theo Von, he's a comedian and he's like one of those Burt Kreischer guys, right?
Big podcaster, huge following, and comedian, stand-up.
Just a dude, long hair, man, talking about whatever. He's like Joe Dirt if things have worked out.
My favorite bit's when he's talking about maps, John. He goes, I'm sick and tired of maps. I don't need to know where, the left-hand turn or the bridge is. I need to know where the cocaine is. Where's those triplicate hookers I've been hearing about?
Good stuff.
Yes.
Weirdo.
Sphincter says what?
So weird.
Sphincter says what? No one's biting.
What?
What? I am still amazed, Tom, about how those different news people would send your tapes around in other people's tapes. That is like the craziest shit, man.
Yeah, I know.
It's like, I mean, it's ingenious, but it's still like who originally sat around thinking about that move?
Just to make fun of you?
Did you ever get any offers outside of state that you said fuck to? Forget it.
You mean, meaning what?
Did you ever turn down, like, because you wanted to stay in Colorado,
I
turned down even a better offer?
I mean, a lot. Yeah. I actually went out on interviews, though, for the hell of it.
Cool.
But I've been offered a shitload of jobs through the years. Of course, they all dried up when I turned about 55.
Is it too late to take one?
But
Tom, is it too late to take one of those gigs?
Hey, shut up. You're such an asshole.
I want the best for you.
He could interview
it may not be
Biden.
Here.
No.
I just can't wait for the day where I visit him in the old folks' home and he thinks he's still on radio.
Oh, yeah.
I'm going to bring a mic. The doctor behind the glass will be as bored up.
You know what that dude's full name is?
Theo?
Theodore Capitani von Kumatowski III.
Holy shit. It had to be a third, too.
Because there's
it
two
worked
more.
so well 2 times.
John, when you're driving home, you really should put on that interview. I mean, it's the real deal interview. It's really good, man.
Oh, check it
And
out.
it's funny. But Trump's not trying to be funny. When he says cocaine, he's like, oh, he's talking about his brother on drugs and stuff, and he's like, did you have a problem with pills too? He's like, nope, cocaine.
Well, and then great questions, because Theo's describing it, and he's like, so was that the part that was fun, Theo? I mean, what part was fun? I'm trying to understand this.
I know when Trump says that to him, and he goes, no, that's what's really messed up about it. None of it was fun.
Oh, man. And that's where Theo's wrong. There are parts of it that are hella fun. Oh, my gosh.
But when he just straight out kind of interrupts him and calls him dog, I was like, there's no way that happened. That's when I realized Theo is Theo, man.
Where is that, on a podcast or something?
Yep.
Yeah, you'll find it anywhere. It was I'm telling you, man, it was a really good, entertaining. No matter what, it's entertaining. I don't care if you like Trump or not. It's a great freaking interview.
Cool.
All right, speaking of great interviews, stand by.
Speaking of which.
Dan Kaplan Show.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. What's on your mind today? How can we help you? I have John Fuller with us, Fuller Law. And real quick, I want to just go over something with him. John, we talked about calling. You don't lose anything by calling. You don't have to enter into a court case, into a settlement. You don't have to enter into an agreement. I mean, I just think people don't know where to turn. And they don't understand that they can just call and literally ask anything, right? I mean, there's no charge. There's no obligation. And even if they say to you, do you get this question? John, my neck, I got whiplash. And I got migraines now. And the accident happened 3 weeks ago. And I'm serious now when I say this. Do people say, how much is it worth? Do you ever get that?
Yeah, sometimes.
I mean, really. Or do you find most people don't ask? I mean, really, I'm asking.
So here's the thing. I think most people, when they call my office, they are frustrated. They've been lied to by an insurance company. They finally woke up and got one too many phone calls and realized the gig was up and that the other side is trying to take advantage of them, and they don't want to do that. Or it's a loved one that's in a hospital and they're scared to death of all these people that are putting words in their mouth and talking all this gobbledygook about whose insurance company goes first, and everybody puts their interest first. The hospital wants to get paid, the body shop, the tow company, every single person has their hand out and is trying to get paid first, and it's very overwhelming, especially when it's you or a loved one that's injured, and they just want the straight answers, and that's why they call us. We can help calm that storm or take over that storm and eliminate them having to deal with any of that stuff.
Okay, it's that simple. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Let's go to the phones. Jim, talk about hard money. What do you need to know, man?
Yes, hello.
Hey.
I was just wondering, I'm trying to do a loan on my home, but it's a second home and it was a rental, and I can't seem to borrow any money. I can't seem to get a HELOC. I can't seem to get a reverse. What are there any alternatives to that?
What do you mean?
There's a lot of equity.
Tell me what you want. What do you want to accomplish? Let's talk about that first.
I just basically would like to borrow, a couple $100,000 and not worry about it till after I'm dead.
That's
Like
a reverse.
loan.
That's a reverse loan.
Yeah,
Well, that's
I can't get one.
there's not one person in the world that's not thinking like he just did.
No, but do you have a loan on your home right now?
Yes, but it's only 3 1/4, and it's the second home. I cannot beat that. Yeah.
Hold on. The home that you want to take the loan on is a second home?
Yes.
Where's your primary residence?
About an hour away, but I already have a HELOC against that one, so I can't borrow any money against that one at all.
All I'm asking is the primary home. Why is that called your primary home and not the one you want to borrow against?
Because I live in the primary home.
Okay. Now, the primary home has equity or not?
Not much. Probably about maybe 100,000.
And you're not,
or
and
less.
you have no problem making that loan payment on that primary home?
Correct.
Okay. The second home has a mortgage on it. How much equity in the second home?
I'm going to say I owe about 180, and it's probably worth about 750 to 800,000. We're talking the Bay Area, North Bay, San Francisco.
Now, how old are you?
68.
Okay. You want to borrow money and not make a payment on it until you're gone.
Yes.
So you're willing, you can do a life estate with someone. You have to find a peer-to-peer investor, and they're done all the time. And what you do is what's called a life estate. If you want a relative...
It's called a peer investor?
No, well, they call it peer-to-peer because it's not institutionalized. It's not done by a bank, and it's not... Here's what a life estate is. You find someone willing to pay off your first and give you a second, or pay off your first and your second, not a second, but give you equity. Just make that investment, because I don't think they're going to want to be in second position, so you can't do that. So you owe 130, and how much money do you need?
About 180. About 180,000.
How much money do you want in addition to the 180 once that's paid off? How much cash do you want to get out of that house?
Probably a couple 100,000.
Okay. Now, let's just say, for argument's sake, they pay the 180 and you get 300. That's 480. Okay?
Okay.
Now, $480,000 they invest in you. You give them the house, they give it you a life estate. What that means is you get to stay in that house the rest of your life. Nothing can make you move. But you must pay taxes and insurance, or they pay it. It's all negotiable, a life estate. then
But
upon
remember,
your...
I don't live there. It's the second home.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What I mean is, it's all negotiable. It's a life estate, meaning it's your home until you die. Otherwise, I just say sell it, okay? Because you say you don't live there. So why don't you just sell it? Let me ask you that one. Why don't you just sell it?
A lot of capital gains tax.
Okay. Good idea. Good answer. Good answer. So let's say someone...
Yeah, but wait. Are you saying if you sold it, even after taxes, you wouldn't put $200 in your pocket?
Of course he would. Of course he would. So he's making no sense. He's making 0 sense. He would easily get $300,000. So the life estate is useless if you don't care about the house. That's why I asked, what are you trying to accomplish? What are you trying to accomplish? Here's what I'm asking. Do you want cash and keep that house, or are you going to not use the house?
But no.
I got to ask that first. What's your goal?
I'd like the cash and keep the house.
Okay.
I want both.
And what are you going to do with the house when you keep it?
Well, just keep it as a second home.
Okay. What are you going to do? Are you going to visit and live in it once in a while?
No.
Well, then that's what I'm asking. What do you want to keep it for?
My son lives there.
Okay, well, see, that's what... Okay, so you want to keep it. Now, your son, does he have any wherewithal to get a loan?
Yeah, but not. He applied for a loan, but he can't. Maybe a couple hundred thousand in the Bay Area goes nowhere.
No, I get what you're saying. So your son is not a candidate to do this. So after you die, if your son had to move, would he care? Would you care?
Yeah, I would like to just leave him there.
Well, guess what? You can't have it all. Here's what I'm getting at. Here's the bottom line. If you want to tap equity, there's only 3 ways of doing it. 3 ways. 1, you take out a loan, okay? And then you pay the loan. 2, you sell the house, okay? Or 3, you do a life estate. Okay, those are the only 3 ways. There's no magic. With a life estate, when you die, the house goes to whoever granted you the life estate and the money. Your son doesn't get to stay there, so you can't do a life estate. You want to do a loan? You don't want to do a loan. And the 3rd one is selling it. You don't want to sell it. So
he wants someone to give him $200,000, and he gets to keep the house. That's what he wants.
Yeah. But there's Let me ask you something seriously, because I know you're not stupid, Jim. I really know you're not, because you have 2 homes. And here's what I want. You know no one's going to give you money for no reason, right? Obviously, right?
Yeah, no. But if they're on the title...
That is called a life estate. If you want someone to hand you $300,000 plus pay off your loan, the total invested would be about $480,000. For that $480,000, they want to own that home someday. But you're telling me when you die, you're not willing to do a life estate where the title reverts to them in full because you want your son to stay there. And I am telling you, I do not have an answer for you.
Okay.
You can't. Go ahead.
I've heard alternatives like hard money. I've heard people loaning marijuana money.
But you're not giving them anything as collateral.
Jim, let's play that game. Since I'm beginning to think maybe you are a little stupid. So if somebody came to you and loaned you money, like $300,000, and you kept your first in place, they would have a second deed of trust on that home, right?
Yes.
And you don't want to make payments on it, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why would they do it?
Good question.
Jim, why would they do it? If they're not making any money on their money, why would they do it? You just told me that you heard people will loan money. It's called a hard money loan. Do you know what a hard money loan means? It means I look at you, Jim, and I say this. Jim, how much money do you want? and you say, oh, I'd like to put $200,000 in my pocket. Okay, but I'm not going to, and you want to do a second on that house? Okay, guess what? Then I'm going to loan you $200,000, and I'm going to charge you 10 points. I'm going to charge you 20% interest, compounded.
And I'm going to have a balloon, and it's all due in about 2 years.
Or 5, right. That's a hard money loan. That's what you don't want. What you're describing about
it's called charity. He wants charity.
No. But what you really described is borrowing money and not paying it back until you're dead is called a life estate. But then your son doesn't get to live in the house anymore.
All right. That's why I called, to get answers.
Okay, well, you got answers. So there's no way to do what you want to do at this current point in your life. And be really careful, because you sound like pray right now. Pray. And when you talk to people, they're going to make promises to you. They're going to say, oh, yeah, Jim, we can do that. They will steal the house. Trust me when I tell you that. They will steal the house. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-8255. I'm sorry, John. Where he didn't know what he was talking about.
Did you know you can get your prescriptions for less at your local pharmacy? You can with GoodRx. It's the free app that can save you money on your medications. Just search for your prescription, choose the pharmacy and the price that works best for you, and then show your GoodRx coupon to your pharmacist at the drop-off counter. GoodRx works at over 70,000 pharmacies, including Walmart, Rite Aid, and Walgreens, and it works whether you have insurance or not. It's easy to save. Next time you drop off your prescription, check GoodRx. To start saving today, go to GoodRx.com. GoodRx is not insurance.
But since it's collateralized by the loans, I'm just saying that his desire to keep the home is...
Time to tell you about Euro Plumbing, Colorado, the best water heater deals anywhere. In fact, the best plumbing deals anywhere. He'll do any plumbing repair cheaper and better than anyone, he says, and he'll do any water heater cheaper and better than anyone, and all you have to do is put him to the test. It's that easy. $13.99 for a 40-gallon tank, $14.99 for a 50-gallon tank, and any size you want, he'll beat any price. Everyone wants to save money now, right? Well, with plumbing, it's almost unheard of unless you call EuroplumbingColorado.net, 303-668-6844. Red Rocks Roof and Solar, you want to save money there? You can certainly do it with Red Rocks. All you have to do is call them for a free estimate and a discussion. And if you have a business, a commercial system, they might be able to get you a REAP grant, which will pay for all of it. Yeah, that's right. Plus, you get tax credits. You can actually come out ahead. Why don't you call Red Rocks Roof and Solar for a legitimate estimate and a discussion about solar? 303-704-2449, redrocksrs.com. Estate planning can be very, very difficult, but it's made simple by Keel & Park. Those are attorneys who do estate planning, whether it's a will, a trust, a combination of the two. They look at your entire estate free of charge, complimentary, everything you own, everything you're invested in, your hopes, your dreams, your heirs, your real estate, your vehicles, all of it. Then they come up with a plan. So far it's been complimentary. When they come up with a plan, there are prices attached to the plans they recommend. And if you want to pull the trigger, then you know exactly the cost for what you want. How simple is that? You know, I like the way Keel & Park does business. You should call them Keel & Park, 970-818-8198, 970-818-8198, lawkp.com.
Awesome.
So
3 minutes.
So John, he would still have to pay it back, right?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So he couldn't get it.
That's what I was trying to figure out, some creative way. But when he
Well,
said he
a
doesn't want
reverse
to make
loan.
payments, it doesn't really work.
A reverse
And a
loan.
reverse loan, they won't let you do that on a second home, will they?
No, that's right.
Well, they won't let his kid live there.
And that's right.
Well,
And no,
same
that's
deal,
right.
second
So you're
home.
right. He's not going to be able to.
The guy wants $200,000 and doesn't want to give anything in exchange. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, depending on how long the guy lives,
Yeah, but Johnny wants his kid to be able to continue to live there.
I understand that, but both lenders are going to foreclose, so his plan is already flawed. The first lender is going to get paid off, and that's going to require foreclosure on the property. So
that's right.
He's already lost that opportunity with his current mortgage. Sounds like his kid needs to get a job.
Well, they're setting up for this outdoor Trump rally, the first since he got shot. And he's going to be behind bulletproof plexiglass.
Yeah, isn't it nice of the Secret Service to offer him that now?
He's going to look like a tube of toothpaste at a Rite Aid.
Yeah, or toilet paper.
Go in there and it's all behind glass. Thank you.
I've never seen anything like it. The one in New Orleans, man. Holy shit. It was a CVS or a Walgreens. Everything was behind the plexi.
That's fantastic.
Really? God, that's sad.
Fucking Snickers bars got to be unlocked.
That's why you're looking in the wrong place, Mark, for your home and stuff.
I quit looking there.
Go down to
it's
Florida.
nice over in
There's no
Slidell, though,
plexiglass.
John.
Go down to Florida. There's no plexiglass anyway, but the clerk is carrying a 44.
I know he is.
That's
And
all
a
you need to
shotgun
know.
just in case you get too far.
No mask, no barriers, no nothing, you know?
Kind of got my eye on the Villages.
I bet you do.
I bet you do.
Because I've
You'd
told
fit
you,
right
man,
in down there.
As a guy, if you live long enough and you're in a retirement community, it is nothing but casseroles and cooter the rest of your life.
There's a great. Did you see that documentary on that?
No, what?
Yeah, they said it's got more VD than anywhere.
Well, yeah, because they come up with dick pills, and now you can use this
I
thing,
know.
and you're going to wreck it.
You really need to look that up, and it's kind of sad, but there's one character that you could emulate. It's this guy living in his van down by the river.
Awesome, I'm in.
And he goes.
Hang on.
He goes to a different rec center every day to shower up.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Okay, let's talk. Jeff, what is going on with your Honda? What's happening, Jeff?
Good afternoon, or good morning. So, my aunt has a 2020 Honda HR-V. She was driving, all-wheel drive light came on. She was coming to visit me and my parents who were visiting. Me and my dad, we both were kind of into cars. We had a reader, so we did a scan on it. We got some codes and started looking it up. There was a service bulletin for Honda, and it gave exactly the same codes, exactly what we were seeing matched up.
Was it for the CRV?
Yes.
Okay. What's the service bulletin call for?
It is Service Bulletin 23-TAC-031, and it's regarding the rear differential pump motor replacement for the fix.
Okay.
So, I called Honda Corporate just to see, because she is outside of her warranty and extended warranty, but because it was based on the bulletin, it says it's a machining defect, so more on the manufacturer side. I was wondering if they could do like a goodwill.
Hold on a second. Service bulletins are a little different than a recall. Sometimes service bulletins.
No, it isn't. It isn't a recall. It's a service bulletin.
I know. That's what I said. They're different than recalls in that some service bulletins, however, will allow certain costs to be paid up to a certain mileage. Sometimes they don't do anything. How many miles were on it?
She's at about 88 or 89,000 miles.
Okay. So tell me this. How much is it going to cost?
Around $855, I believe, is what the dealer quoted her.
Around $850. Okay.
$852.45.
I get it. So you're trying to get it paid for, right?
Unless if they do a recall on it, a TSB is not going to be paid for, period.
I know. Yeah.
I don't know what a TSB is basically for technicians to pull up when they hear your symptom
No,
and
I
how
get
to
it, Mark.
fix it.
Mark, but there have been service bulletins that are not recalls where the manufacturer on newer cars would kick something in. I'm just saying that in this particular case, you're never going to get covered with 88,000 miles in a 5-year-old car.
Yeah,
Not only that, there's probably 20 TSBs out on that car.
And also, it lasted far beyond the warranty. See, it's not like you didn't get what you paid for. I mean, and a service bulletin means they found a problem and they fixed it. If it was in warranty, they would have paid for it. They're just, it's a courtesy to
manufacturer defect, if that would be something that could be covered.
Let me explain something. Manufacturer's defects are always covered under warranty. Okay, so I just answered. It is absolutely covered under warranty. But at what point is it no longer under warranty? That particular car had a warranty of what?
I believe it was the, I don't remember the original, but she had the extended that got her to about 75,000 miles.
Okay, so I'm not giving you a hard time here, but theoretically your theory is if it's a manufacturer's defect, it should always be covered.
When it comes to like the machining part, I would say yes, because it's a defect that, you know, the preventative maintenance, things like that, wouldn't have avoided based on what I was reading.
Jeff, let me explain something. The reason there are warranties are for manufacturer's defects. That is why there are warranties, period. But the warranties have a life limit. What they're saying, if you buy this car, we're guaranteeing against factory defects and catastrophic failure for a certain amount of time. After that, we feel you've gotten the life limit from this product. And therefore, you will have to bear some responsibility. They're not saying that because it was machined by us, it's going to be warranted forever. Okay, so let's say that bad machined part lasted 20 years. And then it broke down, and you got some poor sap who paid $1,500 for this car, and it's going to cost him $850 to get it fixed, and he can't afford it. Certainly you're not saying they should cover it because it was a factory defect, or are you saying it? Because if that was the case, none of us could afford to own a car ever. And again, I'm not trying to argue with you and make you look stupid, because I know what you're thinking. Everyone thinks the same thing. Well, Tom, it was like this from the beginning. We had no power over it. That's true. And that is why there are warranties. But the reason there are limits on warranties is to make things affordable. So the $850, if this car has 88,000 miles and it's 5 years old, that's not an unreasonable repair, even if it was a factory defect. I think I've made my point, and again,
well, yeah,
go ahead.
But one last thing, bring it over to Sheridan Auto Tech, you'll probably get it done for half that.
Yeah, if that's what the dealer is telling you, by the way, you probably will get it done way cheaper. What is the actual part, by the way? Did you say what that was, Jeff?
It's the rear differential pump motor that needs to be replaced.
We should actually get a price on that for you. The rear diff.
That's one of the other things I was going to do was talk to the service manager and see if that's a part that can be bought from the dealership or elsewhere, and see how much that would be.
You know what? Let's call Kevin. I want to call him and ask him, for the hell of it, if he can look that up and what that would cost at his shop. It might be he can't beat the price. I don't know, but let's just give it a shot since you're on the air and you waited to be talked to. Let's call Kachina. Let's call Kevin Calkin over at Sheridan Auto Tech. 303-713-TALK. Our guest today, John Fuller, personalinjuryco.com. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Allstate.
Traffic's running a little bit heavy and slow eastbound I-70 right now, about Monaco up to Central Park. Looks like a bunch of wood has been dropped into the lanes of traffic. It is slowing us down a little bit as we trudge carefully through that stretch. Westbound I-70 in good shape here. We are seeing delays yet southbound I-25 from about I-70 to Spear. Otherwise, we're in good shape up and down the corridor. If you're headed up to the high country, major jamming here from Floyd Hill into Idaho Springs. They're doing construction and have the right lanes blocked off in there. Denver weather today, sunny, hot, looking at a high of 93. Right now it's 84. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Wish you could save on home insurance? With Allstate, you could easily save and get quality protection. Yep, it's a win-win. So what are you waiting for? Check Allstate first for a quote today. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Made in the Shade. Those are window covering. Well, it's a window covering company that can help you from beginning to end on the purchase, the selection, the installation, trying to meet your budget, and all kinds of selection from shades, blinds, shutters, curtains, valances, whatever you want. They even have exterior shades as well. What you can do is call them. They'll come and measure and estimate for free. And that alone is a great service along with their designer, free of charge. If you decide to move forward, then they have the best installers in the business and everything is guaranteed. Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co is the website. DenverShades.co.
Nice.
Got on, right?
Beautiful.
Thank you. You know,
You should hear what Kelly said to Kevin.
Print out some stuff for
It'll be good.
presentation I was given, and my Wi-Fi was out. And I could not believe the havoc it causes in my life. Couldn't print because I speak to the printer.
Right.
Couldn't do I couldn't do anything. I couldn't get online. I mean, it was like, Jesus Christ. I mean, it was amazing to me how much we depend on Wi-Fi. Or in this house, everything, all my thermostats, all my, I do it.
No,
This
my
is
home's the same way. Everything's automated. You're screwed if you don't have.
that light. I mean,
We have all electric window shades and stuff, and it's all on this
But not
network, know. If something goes out, you're just screwed. You know?
My coffee maker turns on at a certain time.
Really?
If you say the wrong thing and Amazon
Yep.
Alexa shuts you down, you remember seeing about that?
I heard about it, but I mean, I heard about it,
They
but I
claimed that some guy said
called
some
was a
racial
racist.
slur or
I
something
know.
like that, and they canceled him or.
Without any kind of explanation. They didn't.
Yeah,
they
shut
didn't
him
ask
down.
him.
But his whole house was connected like mine is. I'm like, I would be so screwed if that happened, you know?
Well, people aren't going to get mad because you help starving children and watch old ladies cross the street and help
You
them.
should hear what I tell the guys knocking on my door trying to sell bug service and everything else under the sun.
You say, no thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah,
We just don't
That's
answer.
what I say, Mark, just exactly that.
Can I get you a cocktail?
Would you like a sandwich?
What, when the ATF
I'm a
comes
little
over?
hungry tonight, you know? If they ever make it to your front door, I'm sure that's exactly what you say to them.
They don't wander out here in these parts, brother.
I used to live in the country, and they would bring out these little salespeople about once a year in a van, and you'd see them pull over and drop off, and they'd all scatter in every direction, and before long they'd knocking on your door and stuff, and it was always the
Magazines.
You know, we'll help keep us out of gangs and a life of crime if you
Say,
just
I don't
buy the
care.
magazines.
I don't care. Join a gang.
As long as you're robbing somebody else, go for it, you know?
I'm telling you, we see nobody out here ever.
The poor little Mormon kids were the ones that really were They just got the short end of the stick because it was miles to get out to our house on the bicycle.
How about when they used to sell candy bars door to door for their schools?
Yeah.
I'd go to Costco and buy a bunch of Hershey bars and give them to my kids to go pedal.
How thoughtful, Mark. Yeah.
Got to teach them.
Yeah, boy. Got to start them early,
I always just gave her however much it was going to be. If you sell this entire case, it should be good for about $180. I'm like, well, here's $180. You don't have to go do it.
And then you keep the candy bars.
Was that the wrong lesson to teach?
Yes.
All right. Then I'd eat all the candy bars and lose a toe because I got severe diabetes. But I think I'm teaching the right lesson. Always ask for somebody who has a lot of money to take care of things. That's the lesson. That's the new American dream.
I'm sure they have training for people like you, Shannon. It's like if some guy says, come on in, let me get a checkbook, I'll take them all. You're to turn and run,
Hey, do you mind waiting in the back room while I grab my...
Here we go.
Let me go count the dollars out real quick for you.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Kevin Calkin is with SheridanAutotech.com. And we love referring people to Sheridan. Hey, so Kevin, Jeff's mom bought a Honda, 88,000 miles. He's a little upset because there's a factory defect and it's a service bulletin. And, of course, they're no longer under warranty, so it's going to cost, according to the dealer, about $850. And I'm wondering if you could give an estimate on a 2020 Honda CR-V for the rear differential pump motor. I think, is that what it is, Jeff?
Correct. It's the rear differential pump motor on a 2020 HRV.
HRV. I'm sorry, HRV. Okay.
Okay, that's going to take me a few minutes.
Okay, so we'll put you on hold. That's great, Kevin.
Okay, cool.
I appreciate that. So we'll just get an idea and compare that with the dealer, Jeff. So hang on. Now, Kevin. Hi, Kevin. What's going on with you, Kevin?
Hi, Tom. This is Kevin. I've got a concrete driveway problem.
Now, was this a new driveway, Kevin? Tell me about your driveway.
Sure. The concrete driveway was poured about 14 months ago in June of 2023. We have now, just like a little more than a year later, we've got spalling occurring on several of the panels. I had been looking for options to perhaps treat or seal to stop the spalling.
Hey, did you get any, let me ask you this, did you get any kind of a warranty on this?
There was a 1-year warranty, which has obviously since passed. I did have the contractor, Elite Contracting is the contractor. He came out about 2 weeks ago just because I had called him to look at it, and he said the spalling is actually normal because of stuff that comes off of the roadway.
Hold on. It's not normal. It can happen from mag chloride, but if it's done properly, the concrete, it normally doesn't happen.
Right.
Not so soon. Let's put it this way. Not so soon. Now, we have Elite. It's not the same company you're talking about. Elite Garage Floors on a referral list and on the show. And he can fix that. What he does is sprays all of that, not sprays, but cleans all of that off, pressure washes it off, and blasts it. I think it's a bead blast, whatever it is. He gets rid of all the soft crap on top that's about to spall or that has already spalled. And then what he ends up with is some exposed aggregate and in some areas, the finish is still good. Then he fills it with a polymer that adheres, and then he grinds it all even and puts a coating on it. And it looks beautiful. But it's going to cost, it's not going to be outrageous, but it's going to be way cheaper than if you had to jackhammer that all out and redo it.
Sure. And one of the things that was considering was, after talking with Bob at LEM, it sounded like it might be worth something pursuing, on a legal basis to come in and
why?
Because it had rained a tremendous amount. It was forecast, and when they came in late, did the first pour, it rained later that afternoon a whole lot.
Okay.
And Bob was believing that there was too much water involved in the concrete.
Well, it could be. It could be. So
yeah.
It very well could be. So let's say it is. Okay. Is this elite contractor worth going after? Does he have a lot of money, do you think?
I don't know if he has a lot of money. We certainly spent a lot of money to make.
How much did you spend?
Happen.
How much did you spend?
$46,000.
That's a lot of money. Now listen, I'm going to tell you how many square feet are we talking about?
About 3,700.
Okay. Now, to get this done properly, it's going to cost you, and to go after them, it's going to cost you. I really believe now Elite could just go bankrupt as well. I mean, if you got a big award, do you think they can afford to redo it? Are they willing to redo it? Did you ask them?
I'm certain he would not be willing to redo it. He said that again, when he was out here 2 weeks ago, he said, that's normal, So
okay,
no,
it's not normal. Depending on how bad it is, it'll cost you anywhere from $15,000 to $25,000 to fix. With a perfect finish, it'll be better than the original. It'll look beautiful. But it's going to cost you every bit. You're not going to go to court for less than 15 or 20 grand. You're just not going to. Okay. So if you went to court for 15 or 20 and won 40, do the math, man. You do whatever you want. I mean, LEM's probably right. There probably was a little ineptitude, but was it fraud? Was it actionable? John Fuller, are things like that, is incompetence actionable? Let's say, for argument's sake, this guy did the driveway and it rained and he didn't properly cover it, or there was too much water in the mix, and that's exactly what happened. Too much water caused it to spoil, because that's what usually happens. So what happens then? I mean, does he say that's not our fault?
You can say that, but here's the thing. I mean, that's kind of the textbook definition of negligence.
Okay.
The failure to do what a reasonable person in that same or similar circumstance would have done.
He could win.
He could win.
But does he get attorney's fees?
He most likely will not.
Yeah.
And unless the contract term specifies that the prevailing party gets fees, the general rule is no. Each side pays their own fees. So, I mean, you can win, but not really win, is the bottom line.
You may, Kevin, want to try something in small claims court against the guy for $7,500 and just claim that it's toward the total damages. Get a written estimate from Tony over at EliteGF.com, Elite Garage Floors. Get a written estimate and say, this is what it's going to take to, these are the words used, to mitigate my damages, because to do it over would be even more than that. Like you said, like if you spent 40-something thousand to begin with, 44 grand or whatever, and they got to tear it all out, it's going to cost you 60,000 to redo it. So let's just say it's going to cost 15 or 20 to fix it, and you sue them for 7,500 because you want at least something. You might win. But if you go to court, you probably could win maybe, but then you got a couple problems. More than a couple. You got 3 problems. He could do bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. He could simply not pay you, and then you spend your life chasing it. And 3, you could end up paying enormous attorney's fees.
I'd be more worried about that bankruptcy option.
The
guy
because unless
get a
it's
big
fraud,
judgment.
and it's not fraud, in my opinion. I mean, the guy who did the work, he just was stupid. Then you're looking at this guy. I mean, if he ever got a judgment against him for $44,000, unless he's some giant company, like Sundown Landscaping, these big giant companies, or whatever they're called, Sundown or whatever, you're gonna get somebody doing a BK. So you got to really be judicious when people think because they're right, that's all they need to be. But unfortunately, there's a lot more to it than being right. I mean, John, I'll bet you in personal injury cases, there are people that are right and deserve. I'll bet you there's nothing more heartbreaking. And thanks for calling, by the way, Kevin. And really, I would call EliteGF.com, Elite Garage Doors. Did I give you that number? Let me give it to you. It's 720-939-2448. EliteGF.com. John, I'll bet you there's nothing more heartbreaking than having a client that probably would be worth millions in damages, and there's nowhere to go for money. Isn't that just a fact of life sometimes?
We deal with that every day, Tom.
God!
We unfortunately, we live in a state where the minimal limits that you're required to have are only $25,000. And when that law was put into effect, $25,000 was a lot more money than it is today.
Okay, but what happens then? What happens truly if you prove $500,000 in damages or $1 million and they don't have the insurance, and you know damn well they're never going to have the money? What happens? Nothing.
It's worth exactly what that same judgment was that you just talked about for that caller. I mean, absent some egregious conduct that would make it non-dischargeable, okay, like they were drunk or something like that.
Yeah, whatever.
Absent something like that, and even with that, you're never going to get paid. I mean, the bottom line is it's a piece of paper.
That's right.
It doesn't do anything for you. So that's why I harp. People are like, John, why do you always talk about this uninsured motorist over and over and over? All you do is sell insurance.
Because you're protecting yourself.
It's because it's the only way you can protect yourself. Because I've had hundreds and hundreds of clients that have sat down and said, wow, we really have great insurance. I've got an umbrella and we got millions. And you look at their insurance and they've got just that.
But nothing for themselves.
Umbrella, but nothing for themselves. And so when they get hit by an uninsured motorist or, some guy that's got $25,000 and that's it, that's the only asset that person has in the world.
You have to insure not only your liability to others, but others' liability to you.
That's exactly what uninsured motorist is.
In the event they're losers. More coming right up.
Nice.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Not a bad drive out across these roadways as we head into the late lunch hour here. We're actually doing good up and down the I-25 corridor. Just a little slowing for southbound traffic here from just about 38th Avenue to Colfax. 225's in good shape. Even I-70 here in town, not bad. Little slowing through the cone zone eastbound I-70 out near East Colfax. That left lane cone off. Up into the high country, got to give yourself extra time. They're working in the right lanes westbound I-70 at Idaho Springs, and we are jammed solid. All that traffic coming up from Evergreen Parkway. Denver weather for the rest of today. We've got all this sunshine out here. We're going to warm up to 93 for a high. It's 90 now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Time with family, laughs with friends, and cash back? Discover's got you covered on the last one. That's because Discover doubles all the cash back you've earned on your credit card at the end of your first year with Cash Back Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
We just talked about insurance. John Fuller was saying how important it is. Compass Insurance Group will do an insurance review for you, free of charge, 303-996-9000. Honest people to make sure you're not paying too much, you're not underinsured, and that you have enough coverage for yourself and family, 303-996-9000. Genesis Total Exteriors will help you when it comes to your storm damage, whether it be the roof, soffits, fascia, siding, gutters, decks, painting. They can do it all. And not only that, but they have great new Align siding, which is practically indestructible, a plastic polymer that you can substitute for that old, ugly siding that that vinyl without the cost, without any more cost it is, and it's great siding. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. Renew Home Innovations. For your beautiful bathroom shower, they'll put in a beautiful rectangle shower where once was an ugly tub shower combo. Oh, these new showers are beautiful. They enhance the value of your home. Stone walls, glass panels, no doors needed, no thresholds to stumble over, grab bars, benches, soap dishes. You make them custom to you, and you have 72 months to pay with no interest. 303-904-2000, renewhomeinnovations.com. And speaking of home improvements, nobody does a better job than Made in the Shade. We're talking about window coverings, but here's what I love about them. It's not just the window coverings, it's the service. First, they come and measure every opening free of charge. They have a designer free of charge to help select what you need for your home. Then, if you decide to move forward, it's a one-stop shop. They order and install all for one price, Made in the Shade. DenverShades.co. DenverShades.co. And here's that number, 720-458-6566.
Yep. Yeah. 6 chili dogs, yeah. Yeah, because like when I go do a 24 it's a 12 pack of tacos, I can do 8. And then I slow up a little.
Oh, I used to be able to do a ton, but I can't do shit.
Yep. Soft. I'm down to 6 teeth. I got to do the soft ones.
Stop it.
Oh. I'm looking at one of these mobility chairs that attach to your stairwell. Hey, Tom, do you have that or an elevator?
Both.
Me? I
Both?
don't. Hey, you bastard.
What? It was something they started to work into architecture like 30 years ago, these forever home ideas, where you just go ahead and get a place and stay there until they carry you out.
What an asshole.
So an elevator makes sense.
I'm going to sue you.
For being awesome? Yeah, good luck. Breaking news, divers recover 5 bodies from the sunken yacht. It's a hell of a story. Uh-huh.
Man, you don't even want to know. Anyway.
Well, this guy screwed over Hewlett-Packard for like $9 billion.
What's really weird is that the guy and his partner died within about 48 hours of each other after they successfully defended that fraud case.
That's crazy.
So I don't know how Hewlett-Packard drummed up that little mini tornado to go out there and wreck that boat, but that's some pretty impressive, revenge.
Just a little stormy. And look, here's a video. There's like rain. No other ships nearby were affected at all, except this unsinkable yacht.
It's a little a mini spout, It's like a little baby tornado on the water. I've seen them. I've driven through them in my boat. It's not the end of the world. That thing, though, had a 250-foot mast out of the top of it. That's the silliest looking sailboat in the world. Why, when you've got that much money, you can't afford to have the right engines and eliminate the whole sailing thing, You
mean it was only a sailing yacht? Only?
But a big sailing yacht with a 250-foot mast on it.
But did it have any kind of motor?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Hey,
but not enough to get out?
iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. All right. So, Kevin Calkin, do you have a price on what that rear differential motor would be for Jeff's mom?
Yeah, that $800 price is not a bad price at all.
Okay.
It's not a lot of labor, but the motor itself is about $500-600.
Okay, so therefore that dealer was not raking them over the coals for $850.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Jeff, at least you know that, right? I mean, there's not much we can do about getting it paid for, but it's not exorbitant. You're not going to save much money elsewhere. Unless you...
No, there's no aftermarket.
No.
It's too bad, but man, hey, listen, the car lasted 88,000 miles, 5 years. There's maintenance with every car. I wish I had better news for you, but I doubt you're going to get any. Kevin, have you ever heard of manufacturers paying for a service bulletin?
No, it's just a helpful guide is all it really is.
SheridanAutotech.com.
You get a section.
Thank you, Kevin. SheridanAutotech.com, including pre-buy inspections, by the way, for used cars at $120. 303-455-7242. I'm Tom Martino along with John Fuller, personalinjuryco.com. More coming up on the show.
Help stuff.
Riveting.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Take care. Okay, you too. Bye.
Are you fixing to do an ad right now?
No. We have 6 minutes.
The other issue is that
Nobody's here?
And you know what? That's it's okay.
Did they screw up? Yep. The way it works is they take the final minute of the top of the hour ABC news broadcast and they merge that with the bottom of the hour minute news broadcast. Understood. So sometimes they miss it. The service has an the satellite service. They have an automated process that cuts those two together for this flex process. So when the anchors don't get it right, then it's just how it is. It's going to be wrong. Fantastic. Yep. That's why there's this very uncomfortable pause between the 2 minutes of that flex pause. So then we go, this is ABC News. And then this happened, and then yeah. And that's how there she goes. She got up there. Yeah. That's one of the things we have to monitor over there too. It's, we make a little note in the law and be like, hey, you guys do that. Oh, do you like being reminded of that position? If an affiliate calls it, they go to the problem, then we pass it over to them and say, hey, you were off. Oh, was I?
you doing, Ryan? You got a long day today. Well, I think about 22. All but 7 that you have. The long run. You got 2 hours. Yep, I'll be back. All right. Kelly, how could you?
Oh, what do I do now? Late lunch hour. Maybe 2? I'll call them 2 late lunch hours. That's when I eat lunch. If I don't fall asleep first.
It does feel like it could be a nap time.
Ooh. It's like a little, it was really gloomy this morning and kind of chilly and
Well, this window over here help as to how.
well, yeah, it's a good point. Decent point, yes. No, my body can't figure it out this morning. It's like hot, then cold, then hot, then cold.
You're a woman.
I think I'm done with that. That went by the wayside months ago.
Ten seconds here, guys.
Juling.
Wow, how about that for a live report?
On 630 KHOW.
Yeah. Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. If you're streaming, you'll see the handsome gentleman to my right, and that's John Fuller. And then we have me, of course. And we have Mark, I think, is in parts unknown. He's on. And is Mark still on? 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Whatever. We're doing our show, solving problems, answering questions, taking complaints. We have open lines for the first time this morning at 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. But I'm kind of happy about that because I have a lot to talk about. Not really happy. If you call, your calls take priority. You'll get right in. Okay, 303-713-TALK. Or you can call 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466. This hour brought to you by waterpros.net, by the way. And that's WaterPros for your water softener and your drinking filter. Both, listen to this, reverse osmosis, both for $31.95. I have never seen a deal this good ever. And I have these systems. Mark has the system. For softening alone, it was $3,400. For the reverse osmosis drinking, it was $1,400. So add those together over 45, whatever. Now you're getting them both for $31.95. A limited time till Labor Day. Please call them 303-862-5554, waterpros.net. Now let's talk about something that I've wanted to talk about, and it has to do with it really has to do with it's not politics, but it has to do a little bit with what people are throwing around with politics. Again, nothing to do with politics itself. But you hear a lot of people calling each other names, right? Fascists. Now, fascism is something that you hear being called of Trump and his ilk. And you hear either communist, or socialist being bantered about for Kamala or the gang. And what I've always found shocking to me is how all of this information with the internet is just out there. All of it is out there for you to look at as to what it is. Yet, no one seems to just be like Project 2025. Everyone talks about stuff, but who actually looks it up? Who actually reads it? Have you ever read the Communist Manifesto? John, have you ever read it?
No.
Seriously. I've read the entire Communist Manifesto. There are also some socialists. Now, there is nothing called the Socialist Manifesto, but there have been many documents that have been claimed by socialists to be kind of like their manifesto. And what's amazing about it is how much how much people get wrong about communism and socialism. First of all, they're not even close to being the same. Not even close. And the same with fascism. So the bottom line is, I went out and looked at all of this and thought, why? The Democrats, by the way, don't come close. They don't come close to resembling communism. Not close. Not even one little bit. Now, I'm not saying I love what Democrats stand for, but they don't come close. And the Republicans are not even close to the fascism. Now, the reason Republicans are associated with fascism and the reason that Democrats are associated with communism, there might be reasons they give, but communism was truly more, even though they were against religion, was more of a faith-based philosophy than political. In fact, communism thought there should be no government. Did you know that? There should be no government. There should be no ruling class. It should be run by workers with committees and no real government, no states, no borders, and no classes. A classless, stateless society. And communal ownership. Communal, not government. Communal. That's truly the Communist Manifesto. So when they talk about the communist system, they thought that once you did away with classes, and once everyone had access to everything they needed, it was such a flawed philosophy because they don't take into consideration human nature. But they say the reason human nature is greedy and selfish is because of the classes in society that makes people like that. It takes advantage of the worker, and then the bourgeoisie or the the upper class. Now, the bourgeoisie actually stands for middle class, but the strong middle class who profits from working class, they say that the working class or proletariat, they are the ones who are doing all the production, but the profits are made by the class above them, and the classes make people greedy, and the working class strives to be above what they are, and bourgeoisie, they want to be even higher than they are, and it's all this class struggle that causes it. And if you take away the class struggle, and if everybody is given what they need, each according to their needs, then they would be able to, you would do away with greed, you would do away with capitalism, you would do away with the need for profit, you would do away with all of these evil desires, and mankind would strive. It would never happen, ever, 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 but that is the belief. That is truly the belief. Karl Marx was a very spiritual and philosophical person, did not believe in God at all, but believed in man, and that inherently, if you took away the state and the patriotism, and you took away money, and you took away the need for profit, and everyone could get everything they needed, and everything was communal, then you would do away with this terrible society, and that's communism. It's more truly hippie than anything I've ever seen or heard. Socialism, I think, if you had to pick something closer to the Democratic Party, it would be socialism. And in fact, many of them admit to it. They say they're democratic socialists. Socialism believes in government. Communism believes in no government. None. They want no states and no government. They want committees of people, of working class people. Socialism actually believes that the government should control the means of production, not the working class, but then everyone is you distribute the assets through the government, and that you give equal outcomes to your people, and everyone will support the government because of it. And the government stands for the good of all, and that everyone has equal access, and that everyone has the same incomes and the same properties, and if you produce more in socialism, it's because you can do more, but you don't keep more. And the people, this is socialism. Now, socialism wants a strong government. In fact, they want a strong central government, not strong state government, and they want the government to promote the means of wealth for everyone. That's socialism. Fascism believes that the corporate structure and the power is in the corporate structure and keeping the economy strong, and that the government should rule with kind of like corporations. I mean, if you had to really dumb it down, okay? So the other thing we haven't talked about, I mean, we didn't talk about capitalism, which is an economic system. And by the way, they're all kind of economic systems rather than governmental systems. That's why you can have a socialist dictator, you can have a socialist democracy, and you've heard AOC and her ilk saying and Sanders saying that they're socialist Democrats, meaning they want people to vote, but they want them to vote for a government that will implement socialistic procedures and policies. Whereas in Russia, let's say, or China, they have dictators. Well, they don't call them dictators, but they have a strong state or party that promotes its communism. But communism in Russia doesn't resemble Marxism at all, not even close, or in China. But as far as fascism is where they believe the corporate structure will create the wealth, and that'll trickle down a bit. But it's really stronger than, it's not. A lot of people mistake it for capitalism. It's not. Capitalism, of course, believes supply and demand will rule. People will fundamentally strive for what they're rewarded for, and the better they do, the better they should get, and that will keep people striving for the best. And those who don't produce, you take care of those who are sick and infirmed, but basically, if you don't work, you don't eat. I mean, truly, and they don't mean it like somebody starves, but capitalism is probably the most basic human tendencies. But Marx said, no, it's not. It's just because capitalism took a foothold. And that is what everyone recognizes, by the way, that capitalism was in and of itself the natural way. But Marx argued that it was the natural way because people exploited the working class. And that's why it became the natural way. It's not really the natural way. That you instilled in the working man this desire to be better and to profit because you have profited and exploited them. So everyone's trying to just exploit each other, and that's why capitalism thrives. Whereas if you took away all of that, communism would be the way. Isn't that weird? But do you see that anywhere in America? I see a little bit of socialism with socialism democracy, and I see a little bit of fascism. And please don't think I don't mean this in a, I don't, when I say I see traits of fascism in a strong capitalistic philosophy, but I don't mean that like the fascism of the past that created wars and poverty. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying that you can see where they got the idea. You know what I'm saying? Where they got it. But it's truly, in American politics, we truly don't have communism, nor fascism, nor true socialism. We don't. We don't. If anything, though, our government, if you look at Social Security, that is probably a socialistic kind of atmosphere, because there is no better or worse in Social Security. Everyone gets the same. But what were you going to say, John?
How much time do we have?
No, I'm not. But you realize I'm not sitting here pushing a philosophy. I'm just saying that we banter these terms around all the time. All the time.
No, we really don't, okay?
Well,
because
what, are you kidding me? I just heard Kamala called communist 16 times.
Hold on just a second. 9/10 of the people that are using those words don't have the first clue what the heck they mean.
That's the point I was making.
So, the point is you just gave a very eloquent discussion of the differences between all these, and who cares? It only depends on whether you're trying to accuse somebody of being bad or you're trying to tell them why your side is better. And so that's really what it comes down to. All Republicans are, they're fascist and they're whatever. They don't know what the hell a fascist is. They don't know what that means. All they know is it sounds bad, and they heard somebody say it, and by God, we better just stick with it, because that's something that means that they're terrible, so we better call them that. And then you've got Bernie, and who the heck knows what Bernie wants to do? That's, that guy is almost as bad as Joe Biden is. But the fundamental difference in the two sides is the definition of the role of government in your life.
That's right.
That really is what it comes down to. If you inherently believe the job of government is to take care of you and provide for you, you tend to fall more on the left side of the spectrum. If you think the job of the government is to stay the hell out of your way and let you provide for yourself, you tend to fall on the right side of the spectrum. And that's really all it comes down to.
You're right.
The little middle ground where we find some overlap and stuff, we can disagree about that. But fundamentally, the two sides haven't really deviated in 100 years.
And I don't know why government gets involved in the social aspects of life at all.
Because it sells.
Yeah.
That's it.
You're right. You're right. Because
it's a way to get people
riled
up in arms
Yeah.
and riled up and motivated and crazy.
John, I'm going to answer after the break, but I want to get started with you. What's going on with your HOA, John?
Hi, Tom.
Hey.
We had a patio cover. We had a previously approved one 10 years ago. It was destroyed in a hailstorm. We put up a new one of similar materials, and now our HOA is saying they don't know why the original one was approved and this new one.
Well, when you did
approved.
the new one, though, did you go through the process or just replace what you had?
We just replaced what we had, and I will admit it is different. The old one, it's the roofing material of it that is in dispute.
Okay,
And
so if
we
it was
maintain-
exactly, here's what I'm asking, John. If it was exactly the same, would they have bothered you at all?
I guess I can't answer that because we did have a personal meeting with the HOA board, and one of the members said, I noticed your patio cover did change.
Okay, hold on. We'll come right back with this and more coming up. 303-713-8255 or 303-MARTINO.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
I wasn't sure what tech my business needed.
So I decided on my own.
So I went to Lenovo.com for expert advice.
My solution was a bad fit.
Our new tech is the perfect fit for our team.
When every decision matters, join Lenovo Pro, Lenovo's free membership program at Lenovo.com, and unlock new AI experiences with Lenovo's ThinkPad X1 Carbon, powered by Intel Core Ultra processors.
ProBidEnergy.com. ProBid will help you with your solar decisions from installation to service, and you can trust them. ProBidEnergy.com. Hey, if you're looking for stem cell therapy, DenverRegen.com. I've used them many times. You will love them. Trust me. DenverRegen.com. One Clear Choice Garage Doors is there for you if you're looking for a dependable service, 24/7 service for garage doors. Whether it is a garage door or an opener or any part, you will love One Clear Choice Doors. They have 24/7 service around the clock for emergencies if you can't get your door closed. And here's the deal. All of their prices are on the website, OneClearChoiceDoors.com. That's OneClearChoiceDoors.com. You've heard me talk about Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Here's his strength. He will evaluate your home and what it will sell for in this market with the current interest rates, supply and demand, your neighborhood, comps like yours, and he'll do this analysis free of charge. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. 303-920-1622. That's Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. And I've said this before, 888heating.com. Call them if you're concerned about your AC or your furnace going into winter, of course, going into fall. They are people you can trust, and you'll be thinking, who do I call? You need people that we know and trust. 303-770-2776. Now, Red Rocks Roof and Solar. What is a roof and solar company? Well, they're roofing as it pertains to solar. They can help you if you ever have damage to remove the solar panels and reinstall them. In fact, when it comes to solar, they will fix anything that you have on your solar system, whether you bought it from them or not. And if you're looking for a residential system, they will install it and give you a guaranteed activation date. Yeah, they'll help you with the financing and the tax credits. They do complete off-grid systems as well. Look them up at RedRocksRS.com. RedRocksRS.com. Do you know the biggest fear people have when they call a company to their house for plumbing, heating, cooling, electric, or drains? They're going to be told they need something and they need to replace it, and they don't want to replace it. That's why Fix It 24/7 is doing this free second opinion. And right now they're doing the extreme clean as well, which means you can get ready for winter and know any problems way before you're going to encounter trouble. So get your furnace checked before anyone else for just $39, and it's a complete extreme clean like a refurbishment. FixMyHome.com. You won't do better. FixMyHome.com, whether it's a free second opinion on a replacement or you want the extreme clean for just $39. 720-526-3939.
Does
So, on this HOA thing, God almighty, people make such a mistake assuming they can do shit when they can't. Just the simplest things.
Some are worse than others. Sure. I live in a little you've got a couple of golf cart men that drive around and grab to raise hell about,
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Oh, is it still John? Okay, perfect. Hold on for me. Look at me. I took him and I don't even remember.
Jeez, Kelly. You have one job around here.
I know. Damn it. I forgot myself.
How's Liz doing?
10 seconds.
You think?
K-House Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. What happens when you replace something, but it's a tiny bit different? Well, HOAs will take every opportunity to nitpick stuff, man. They have laws for a reason, and their covenants, more than laws is what I mean, they're internal laws. And here's the deal. HOAs do this for a reason. They don't want to show precedent to others. So, technically, if your house needs to be repainted and you want to repaint it the same exact color, technically, you're still supposed to run it by HOAs in many covenants. In John's situation, it was a patio cover that he put up, and he said it was the same but not. How much did it differ? Did it differ in color?
So let me change the term and phraseology because this is important, I think, to it. It's a gazebo. And we bought a
gazebo, got
it. The gazebos you see at Costco that are cedar and they have a metal roof.
Got it.
So yeah, the base structure changed. It was a metal structure before, and now it's a wood cedar one, which the rules and regulations say the structure must be wood.
Now wait a minute. The gazebo itself changed, or the cover?
The gazebo.
Okay, so your entire gazebo, was it hurt by a storm?
Yes, it was damaged. The roof was damaged by a hailstorm, and insurance paid to replace.
So when you rebuilt it, a gazebo usually has, a structure, poles, and a roof, right?
Correct.
Did the entire structure, the deck part of it, get replaced?
No. Oh, yeah. All of it's been replaced.
All of it. Okay, got it. And it used to be metal.
Yes.
And now what kind of wood is it?
It's cedar.
Okay.
Cedar wood.
Okay, now continue. Now I understand. Go ahead.
Okay. So our argument isn't whether we should have gotten approval for the new one. It's why they won't approve the new one.
Well, okay. So in other words, you did go through the process and they would not approve it, or you're looking for approval after it's done?
Looking for approval after.
Got it. Okay, go ahead.
So there's two sections in our rules and regulations that pertain or may pertain. There's one on storage sheds and ancillary structures.
Right.
In that paragraph, they name 6 structures. They do not mention a gazebo. It does end with an ETC. And that says the roof material of these structures must match the
house
roof of the house.
Right.
And we have a shingle roof.
And what kind of roof? What kind of roof do you have?
Shingle.
Okay. And what kind of roof does this have? A metal roof, or what? Or a wood or cedar? What does it have now?
The gazebo roof is metal.
Okay, got it. Okay.
Okay. And then there's a separate section that says decks and gazebos. So, and that section says the structure must be wood, but it does not mention the roof material. So we are maintaining that section supersedes any application to ancillary structures because it has its own section.
Okay, so the section about decks and gazebos specifically mention that they should be made of wood.
The structure should be wood.
Okay, which you comply. And then,
Correct.
But decks and gazebos, well, most gazebos have roofs, most decks don't. But it's not uncommon to address roofing separately from decks and gazebos and outbuildings. You could have a whole section on outbuildings, but the roof part of it's, I don't get, and I'm only hearing you, and I don't get where you think you're right. Because if it says that ancillary buildings, etc., need to match the house's roof, why do you feel that the part about gazebos and decks, when they talk about the structure being wood, allows you not to match the roof? Are you saying because they don't mention a roof, any roof will do?
Right. So I was saying.
Well, no, but that's what that's what you're saying. I want to make that clear. So you're saying because the section about decks and gazebos do not mention roofs, any roof will do.
Correct.
Well, what if you wanted to do your roof in some ridiculous grass thatch? Would that do?
I guess by my argument, yes.
Okay, and I guess you would be wrong because what I'm saying is roofing is addressed for ancillary buildings and structures.
And a gazebo would be considered an ancillary structure.
Well, what do you think? I mean, what else would it be? I mean, I'm not going to call your HOA and say I think John's all wet, but I do, John, think you're barking up the wrong tree there, bro. I mean, do they just want you to change your roof?
Yeah.
It's not going to be that difficult, is it?
It cost us a couple $1,000.
Well,
maybe more than the
how big is that gazebo?
It's 12 by 16.
Oh, wow. So to put a roof on that, can you put the shingles right over the metal?
That's what I hope, but I don't know. I mean, and I don't know whether you have anybody or
yeah. Let's call Excel Roofing right now.
Can you liquid nails shingles onto
Let's
metal?
find out. Let's find out. I don't know the answer. I just don't know the answer.
Okay.
Hey, Kachina.
And that's what.
Yeah, hold on. Could you call Excel Roofing or call Henry? I think Jay's out of town.
Yep.
And ask him about that. John, what else were you going to say?
And the other part of it is the HOA keeps saying metal roofs are not allowed, and there's nowhere in our regulations that even mentions metal roofs, except for it specifically says they're not allowed for awnings. Now, maybe I think from what you've said that won't help us anyhow because you do.
Well, yeah, they're not saying the metal roof isn't allowed because metal roofs are not allowed. It's saying that your roof has to match the house.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
I'll go along with
are
that.
there any houses that have metal roofs?
No.
And in the section for housing, does it give the roofs that are acceptable?
Yeah.
And is metal and when it talks about housing and roofs, does it mention metal roofs being accepted?
No.
What does it say for homes that with the roofing you need?
Take a break when you can, buddy.
A list of about a dozen materials, and they're all shingles.
Well, then that's where the metal is not approved. Why would you think it is?
All right.
I mean, in other words, I don't know why you're interpreting things the way you are. You're saying because it doesn't say metal is prohibited, that it's accepted, yet it gives you every single roof that's accepted. So,
okay, but for houses. So
That's what they only listen. They only have to give the house because every other structure must match the house.
Okay, I see.
I mean, I'm looking at this from a third party who never talked to you before, and I'm giving you a cold blush, which is a pretty good indication that I'm being objective here. I don't even like HOAs, but I don't think you're interpreting it correctly. We have more coming up. We're going to find out about that roof coming up. Now that guy,
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Well, overall, our drive not too bad this afternoon. We do have one off-highway crash cleaning up eastbound Arapahoe at Liverpool. A little jammed up as you make your way through the intersection. Up to the highway drive, we're moving pretty good. Watch for some slowing here. Southbound I-25 passing downtown, about 38th Avenue to Colfax. Northbound traffic also heavy on that downtown stretch. You have construction delays. Southbound E470 here approaching Pena, that right lane coned off. And don't forget, Highway 6 through Clear Creek Canyon is shut down. Highway 58 up to 119. They're battling that fire up through there. Denver weather for the rest of today. Plenty of sunshine, high in 93. It is 90 now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
Joseph A. Lazzara is a criminal defense attorney. Lazzara. I'm going to tell you a few facts about criminal defense. You're under the gun usually. You are accused of something. It could be a DUI. It could be something more serious. The worst time to shop for a criminal defense attorney is when you are pressured. I've done the shopping for you. I've known Joe for 25 years. And I will tell you this. He's a great person. We'll do flat rate pricing after free initial consultations. Lazzara Legal, 303-429-6200, 429-6200. If you're looking for countertops of any kind, I want to direct you to the Art of Granite. Now, it says granite, but they'll do any material, man-made or stone, and they'll give you prices on the phone. All of the materials are wholesale, unless you get it from their remnant yard. Then you pay nothing for the actual countertop material, just for the fabrication and installation. And they always do tear out and haul away free. They'll even do a free bathroom vanity when you have the kitchen done. They love to give prices. Call now. 303-386-5919. Get your price, 386-5919.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Bye-bye.
At some point.
Oh, yeah.
Now, that was him trying to keep it exactly the same spin level, you know?
Of course. Yeah, and you okay. And I'm telling you the time that you need. Well, one thing for sure, the rates are really good, and I'm serious about that. The actual rate's good, really good.
Your neighbor Judy loves Colorado summers, but she hates the pain, so she called Rhino Shield. After having the house painted with her usual house paint, was seeing cracks appearing.
Truly.
And just wasn't very satisfied with that.
25s as we can fit in there just to see if that. No recorded. So, just so I'm clear, the fives.
Well, you're not on top of getting on your phone right now.
Ten seconds, guys.
Sales event, advancedhair.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Hey, if you weren't able to get a hold of Excel, I can try on my end.
Yeah, he isn't texting me back, and he's not answering his phone.
All right, I'll tell him I need him. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We're going to ask about doing a roof over a metal roof, and they simply want asphalt on it, so I don't think that's going to be a big deal. John Fuller is with us as well, attorney at law. We talk about a lot of things, and obviously we talk a lot about auto accidents. And somebody wants to know about rideshare. Well, they want to know if they're uninsured motorist, if they're a passenger, or their medical payments, if they're a passenger, carries over to rideshare. So how does that work, John?
Yeah, it does. But you need to also know that we have, laws that basically now require the rideshare drivers to carry a lot more insurance. So your insurance will likely be secondary to that which is already in place between either the rideshare driver or the at-fault party if they happen to be different people. But yes, in a nutshell, it does carry over. And
are you seeing a lot more of these cases or not?
We get them, but I don't see any more or less than different kinds of accidents.
And you would think there'd be a lot more because I'm telling you, rideshare is damn popular. I can't believe how many people use it. Yeah. I never go downtown anymore to an event. When we're going to a concert or we're going to an event, we never take our car anymore when we're going downtown or something.
Yeah, we're the same way.
I won't do it. And it's such a hassle-free way to do it. Now, even people that live on the outskirts or live far away, park it somewhere central and take your ride share. Man, you're nuts to go downtown. It costs me more to go downtown and park than it would to take a ride share from almost anywhere.
Or even like marking them in an RV park. I mean, just the ease with which you can call an Uber and actually do stuff like go to the grocery store, get food, and go back to your RV. I mean, just simple things like that are so much easier with the ride share than not. So
Stephanie and I went to Miami, and when we figured the cost of a rental car, then the hotel charges you every day for the valet.
Parking, yep.
And then parking where you go, when you venture out of the hotel.
It's as much as the hotel.
We did not rent a car in Miami one time and saved money by doing rideshare only.
Yeah.
Everywhere we went, we did rideshare. Mark, by the way, he has to leave. Did he disconnect already? 303-7.
I'm right here. Go ahead.
So do you use rideshare when you're with the RV, or do you rent cars, or you tow? What do you do now?
I tow, but we use, if we fly anywhere, man, unless if we've got to drive like a few hours away from the airport, we never rent cars anymore.
I know it. It's getting to be...
Plus, they got really crazy price. You remember before COVID, honest to God, you could go to Enterprise or Hertz and rent a basic car for $22 a day. Now it's like, I don't care if you buy insurance or not. I mean, the plain Jane stuff is like $50 to $60 a day.
I know it. I know it's crazy. I mean, really, I just don't...
I had a quick question for John, though, since this came up. John, those scooters downtown that you can rent, like either Lyft or Uber or whoever does them, does your UIM coverage carry over if you're on a scooter? In other words, if I get hit on a scooter by a car and it's a car's fault and they have no insurance or very limited, does my UIM kick in?
It should. It should kick in just fine. And you know, we've been successful in handling a couple cases like that, but it requires you to not be at fault. Now, one thing I can tell you about something that a lot of people don't know, and that's that the rental agreement for those things is horrible. I mean, I've had people that were on a scooter and the steering mechanism literally fell off when they hit a bump, and the guy ended up in a hospital, and literally they just claim liability so many different ways for stuff like that we ended up concluding that there was just no chance in the world of going after them for that product liability. So be very careful. But yes, your should cover you. Your MedPay should most likely kick in and cover you. And
then how about if I hit someone on a scooter? Does my car insurance cover the damage if I have the proper coverage?
It might. It may, Mark. That's a good question. A good question that you should take up with your agent.
Yeah.
But
we've got to take this break, though. I swear, Mark, you have to scoot.
Yeah, I got someone knocking at the door.
All right, we got more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
Well, overall, our drive not too bad this afternoon. We do have one off-highway crash cleaning up eastbound Arapahoe at Liverpool. A little jammed up as you make your way through the intersection. Up to the highway drive, we're moving pretty good. Watch for some slowing here. Southbound I-25 passing downtown, about 38th Avenue to Colfax. Northbound traffic also heavy on that downtown stretch. You have construction delays. Southbound E470 here approaching Pena, that right lane cone up. And don't forget, Highway 6 through Clear Creek Canyon is shut down. Highway 58 up to 119. They're battling that fire up through there. Denver weather for the rest of today. Plenty of sunshine, high in 93. It is 90 now. With your Impact Traffic and Weather, I'm Aaron O'Neill, 630 KHOW.
Progressive Commercial Insurance can protect your small business with over 30 coverage options, an easy-to-use mobile app, personalized discounts, and more. Get a quote in as little as 6 minutes at progressivecommercial.com. Discounts and coverage selections not available in all states or situations.
QCcolorado.com. That stands for the Quiet, Cool, Whole House Fan, which I absolutely love. Now, let me tell you why. Because it will even out the temperatures in your home, and that alone helps your air conditioner work less. And if you use it to cool off your house after a day out, you don't have to keep the air on all day. And it'll clear out the heat in just a few minutes, and your air conditioner won't have to work to get it up to temperature or get it down to temperature to where it's comfortable. And it also substitutes for AC sometimes in the fall and spring, and in the winter during mild days. You can turn it on to get fresh, cool air when you are otherwise stuffed up from all the heat. QCcolorado.com. You will save money, and it'll be a wonderful, fresh air feeling all night long. 303-800-3419. 303-800-3419. QCcolorado.com. One Clear Choice garage doors, I can't say enough about them because I use them. I've used them for about 7 different doors and openers. They do openers, they do doors. They're one of the few companies that are actually factory authorized for most doors. You know, and they also have a well-organized staff. They keep track of what they've done for you. They have great warranties, great service. You can do garage door inspections if you're moving into a home. They do commercial garage doors. Whatever you need, they have. And it's just a company that I really love. One Clear Choice Doors.com. Excel Roofing. They just finished in my home an extraordinary job. They opened up my attic. And you know, most roofs and attics are under ventilated. Excel Roofing, they're ventilation experts as well as roofing experts to keep your roof lasting longer and your house more energy efficient. They put those wonderful solar fans. I have 2 solar fans now up there, keeping my attic cool, keeping my house more manageable, which helps my whole house fan work better. Attic ventilation first before anything else. ExcelRoofing.com, EXCEL as in excellent. ExcelRoofing.com, 303-761-6400. I don't get it. A bot. I'm going to call Henry on my.
Good afternoon. Thanks for
My
calling
number
the
here.
Tom Martino Show. Sure. What's your name?
That's me calling Henry. I already told him about it.
10 seconds.
Come on, Henry.
Hold on for me.
now will be doing everything he can behind the scenes to make sure that Kamala Harris loses, that the people who deposed him fail. And what form do you think those efforts will...
Hold on.
This at 4 on the Dan Caplis Show.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. I was going to call Excel Roofing about that HOA, and I will, but first I need to... Oh, he's on.
He's on.
Oh, good. Henry, there you are, bro. I was trying to call you on the other line. Henry, this guy has a gazebo, and a metal roof was put on it. And his HOA is demanding he put an asphalt roof to match his house. And John, let me just ask you real quick, Henry. Can you can you put the asphalt over the metal roof?
No, I really wouldn't recommend doing that. It's best to put just a standard kind of OSB and then shingle over that decking.
But do you have to remove the metal, though, or can you put the OSB over the metal?
Yes, that's the proper way to do it, is to remove the metal and then shingle over the OSB.
All right.
Hey, I'm here with retirement.
All right, got it. Yeah, it's going to cost him. He's got to strip that metal. I thought he could save some money. I'll kiss off, John. We can bring this back after the break and recap it.
All right.
Thanks.
We'll get back to you right after it, on the other side, okay? About 5 minutes. Okay. All right, John, we've got our expert on. Just hang on for me, and we're going to get to the bottom of it, okay? Thank you.
10 seconds here, guys.
200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Here to help you solve your problems, answer questions, and take complaints. We have a lot happening here. I want to go right to the phones. John, okay, we left off with John, and I didn't get a complete answer. But John right now has a gazebo that the HOA is giving him trouble on. They want the roof to match his house. And right now there's a metal roof on the gazebo and a regular asphalt roof on his house. John, if you go out to the gazebo, what's underneath the metal? Is the metal just over the frame, or do you have plywood underneath the metal? Is John there?
Yeah, John's here.
Yes, John. So what's underneath the metal? If you go out to the gazebo and look up.
It's just a truss structure. So, and then you see the bottom of the thin sheet of metal. So,
okay, so the metal is on the frame. There's no plywood or anything on there.
Right, and if we put OSB, is there nails or staples that are thin enough that they won't go through the OSB and show from the bottom?
Okay, so if you have a gazebo, you're asking, you do have to put up, if you put asphalt on there, you have to put a plywood decking down, okay, first. Are you saying, if you put, and you're afraid that if you put the plywood decking down and then the asphalt roof, you're afraid the nails might show through?
They probably will.
Yeah. Henry with Excel Roofing. Henry Bretz. Henry, will the nail...
Can you hear me?
Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
So I know exactly what he's talking about. This is a very common deal on these gazebos. They put that metal directly on the rafters, and so you can see the metal from the bottom and then obviously from the top. I mean, this is a really unfortunate situation. He's going to have to rip all that metal off and put that OSB right on those rafters, and then, like he said, nail the shingles down. It's proper to have those shingles penetrate the OSB. So he could go through and just clip the backside of the nails. That would be one option. He could also raise that decking basically up higher, and so that there's more room for the nails to go through and they wouldn't show. But I mean, it's a
what does that mean? I don't know what he means by that.
So if you built up the decking a little bit more, you'd have
like
more
thicker
room for
decking,
those
Or
nails.
like a base layer and then a little, furring strip or 2x4, and then another layer on top that the actual shingles are nailed into.
You could for sure do something like that. I really wouldn't recommend doing that. It'd basically be like a cold roof system on just the gazebo.
Why do they require that the nails go through the OSB?
Just to make sure that they're holding correctly. It's code for those nails to penetrate through, and it is difficult, especially on a building like that.
So the only thing you would, he could just put a decorative or a finished piece of something as a ceiling underneath the rafters, and then
absolutely,
then you wouldn't see the bare decking underneath with the nails popping through. Hey,
yeah, that would be a great solution.
Yeah. So John, did it have a metal roof on it before?
It had no, but it didn't have a shingled roof. It had a fiberglass roof.
And how was that
Is there
fiberglass?
any negotiating with the HOA? Is there any room with them?
Like why? What would you suggest?
I mean, it's a lot of work for really nothing. And that metal, it's a really good roof. And to change it out for an asphalt is just a lot of work, and it's no added benefit.
Yeah, so that metal roof probably looks prettier too.
It looks great.
God, that's John. There's no way they would consider. Is the roof color the same?
It's very close to the color of our house.
God, I can't believe they're being such. I can't believe they're being such nitpickers.
Get somebody to paint it to match the shingles.
Yeah, but he's saying it's close already
No,
to the
but
color.
Paint it to where it looks like a shingled roof.
Oh, like a faux finish.
Yeah.
Hey, is it a standing seam roof? Do you know?
I'm not sure what that term means, but it does have
Well,
seams
is the
between
roof
it.
completely flat?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm sorry. It's what do you call it? Gabled on 4 sides.
Right, but what I mean is,
Tom, I think
okay, go
this
ahead.
should be the corrugated metal panels. They're about 12 feet. I highly doubt it's standing seam.
Okay.
That's usually what they ship these things with. They're pre-manufactured.
Okay, well, listen. I don't know what to tell you, but he's saying it would be a lot of work, and the nails would show through, and I don't know. Maybe you.
Yeah, we've gone back times. So the only other question, so there's no adhesive like liquid nails or something?
Yeah,
you can
that's a
use on
good
asphalt
question.
things?
Is there any kind of a roof he could glue on, Henry? Anything?
You know, I don't think that there's really a good option for that. As far as us being a contractor, we would need to do something to code. If he wanted to go and do something like that himself, that could be a possible option.
And what kind of adhesive would stick that I mean, does it have to be to code even on a structure like that is not inhabitable, like a house?
You know, it's kind of a luck of the draw. The inspector, yeah, absolutely. They could go out there and say that this isn't to code and make you redo it. It's really up to the homeowner how they want to go about it, if it's a DIY project or if they do want to have a professional come in. But we would have to do it properly.
Yeah, I know. Wow, what a pain, John. That is terrible. What did this gazebo cost you, John?
It was about $2,500.
Oh, $2,500? That big of a gazebo? That's all?
Mm-hmm. Costco.
Oh, it was pre-built. Okay.
That's a tough one. Because it's
quite a bit of
it cost a
assembly.
lot to do that roof on that gazebo. I mean, he might be looking at $2,500 just to redo that whole thing to put an asphalt roof onto it, especially doing that wood underneath the rafters to finish it correctly.
Yep, I know it. What a pain in the ass. John, well, we got, you can call Excel off the air, call him and ask him more questions if you have them, but I can't think of any solution. You may want to appeal to your homeowners, unless it just looks ugly. I don't even know how it looks. Is it an attractive gazebo?
Yeah, we think it is. Our neighbors even signed a thing that two neighbors can see it. They said they
don't even care. Man, what a pain in the ass your homeowners association is. I'm sorry, John. excelroofing.com, 303-761-6400. Ken, what is your question on CenturyLink?
Hello, Tom.
Hey.
Been a long-time listener.
Thank you.
We moved back to Denver from Salida in April of 2001.
Yeah.
And we signed up for CenturyLink fiber 1 gig internet service. And it was price for life at $65.
Is this 2001 you moved?
Yes.
Okay.
And the price for life is no longer the price for life. They're raising the prices.
You know what? We're getting a lot of complaints about this. Hold on. We'll come right back to you and more coming up.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ziprecruiter.com/free. That's ziprecruiter.com/free. ziprecruiter.com/free.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar can install a solar system for you, help you maintain it and service it if it needs it, or repair a system even if they didn't do it. They're a complete solar company, including putting in commercial systems that they can help you get paid for 100% with a REAP grant. If you want a residential system, they're the only ones offering a guaranteed activation date. They'll pay if it's not producing energy when they say it will be. That's redrocksrs.com, 303-704-2449. Hey, the Art of Granite will give you a price right now on your countertop project, whether it be in the kitchen or a vanity or any kind of granite or surface you want. They do all natural stone or man-made materials, whether it's a book nook or a bar, a patio table. Maybe you want a kitchen countertop or an island. Theartofgranite.com, prices on the phone, and always materials at wholesale or even free if you go into their remnant pile. That's theartofgranite.com, 303-386-5919. So why is CenturyLink doing this to people, though? This price for life thing sucks.
How so?
Because they're raising prices all over the country. Can you believe that?
10 seconds here, buddy.
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Ken, listen, I did some research off the air here, and the price for life plan, despite the name, has been faced with price hikes all over the country. And in fact, CenturyLink has been the source of a lot of complaints. And you want to know the bottom line? They're saying they're saying tough. We can't do it anymore.
That's what I've heard from her.
Oh my God! There would have to be, in a case like this, a class action suit or something. They're not going to move for one person, and I don't think one person can afford to bring a lawsuit. But they're basically thumbing their nose, saying, "Yep, it was a price for life," and some people say there might be small print in the contract. I've never actually looked at one. Do you have your contract?
I don't ever remember truly getting a contract.
And that's the other rub. Are we ever going to be able? I don't know what to do about it. It's all over the country this is happening.
And the same is going with their other the offshoot company that's Quantum Fiber.
No, well, hold on. A new company can do it.
Right. No, the new one that's sitting out there is a subsidiary of CenturyLink. They're offering the same thing, but they've got an asterisk on their ad that says, as long as the plan is still offered. Which is what CenturyLink did too. And I don't think you can buy the price for life from CenturyLink anymore.
Okay, but you're saying they should still honor the old one.
Yes.
When you bring that up to them, what do they say?
They say, tough luck.
No, what did they really say?
Really. The first year, when they bumped it up by $10.
What do you mean the first year? How long? Wait. You said you had this since 2001. That's 24. That's 23.
2021.
That's why I asked. I know. Okay. I asked that. Okay. So since 2021, here's what I want to know. How many times have they increased it?
I've had it for 2 years, and it wasn't increased. The third year, they increased it $10. I called and complained, and they rolled it back to $10. And then this last April, they raised it again. I called and complained, and they said, "Oh, sorry, we're not doing that anymore, and we'll give you a long-term customer benefit for the moment for a year of $15 a month." So they rolled it back, but I don't think it's going to keep lasting. And my take on them giving me this customer, the $15 discount, I believe they're going to call that a new contract.
Yep. So what do you do? I mean...
Okay, well...
We got to get the word out. We got to get the word out. I mean, I'm hoping, seriously, I'm wondering how many this has happened to, and if there is a class action firm that would be willing to do it. Class action firms exist for one reason: contingency or legal fees. And it's not a bad thing. I mean, see, the purpose of a class action lawsuit is usually to punish the wrongdoer, stop the infraction. And if they get legal fees, I don't care about that. I mean, that's what induces firms to take on class action. John, do you know? I mean, I'm not saying you do. John Fuller is an attorney. John, with class action lawsuits, these firms do it for the legal fees, right? I mean, obvious.
Yeah, of course.
But they still accomplish a good thing, I think, sometimes.
They do. I mean, they do affect actual real change.
Yeah.
You know, and believe me, these companies are, even though the class members may, you know, the joke is they'll get a coupon or a quarter or something and the lawyers will get, you know, a gazillion bucks. But But make no mistake, these companies are paying out huge amounts of money, and it definitely hits the bottom line. So the main reason to bring a big, class action type suit is to affect change in the corporate behavior.
Now, it says that there have been other class action lawsuits brought in other states for fraud and overbilling. Not in this specific case, but they said in this research, like in Minnesota, there was the CenturyLink settled a lawsuit with the Attorney General. I imagine if enough people complained to the Attorney General in Colorado, we should try to, I'm serious, we should try to get a spokesperson on from the Attorney General's office. So while there's not much we can do for you, Ken, specifically and individually, I believe that you bring up a really good point. Kachina, let's try to reach out here, or have somebody reach out, give one to one of the deputies. Let's reach out to the Attorney General and just talk in general consumer terms on whether they would address this. Now, Lara, or is it Laura? Is it Lara or Laura about frozen bank accounts?
Yeah, no, it's Laura. I called last week. Our bank accounts are frozen.
Yeah, okay. You were married 3 years ago, and your new husband declared bankruptcy. That was discharged 9 years ago. Then your joint account was recently frozen, and you have no idea why.
Yes, well, we found out why. So I just wanted to warn people, because apparently when you file for bankruptcy, all of your accounts should be closed at the bank that you currently bank with.
And then you reopen them, and you reopen new accounts?
No, we're not allowed to bank there.
What bank was it?
Belco.
Why did it take them 9 years to find out?
They did a recent audit, and we're not the only ones. There's other people who have filed bankruptcy in previous years, and now they are closing all their accounts. They said we would be allowed to continue banking there if we voluntarily paid the debt that he owed them from 8 years ago.
Oh, so he owed them money themselves. How much did he?
He them.
$5,000.
Oh, so they're saying, screw you. You're not going to owe us money and keep an account. That would be the same as like if you had a credit card account.
And it's absolutely illegal for them to try to force him to pay, but they're not forcing him to pay.
No, they didn't keep your money, right?
Right.
No, but we had a substantial amount of money in a money market account, and basically I have to find another account for it because it was a high yield savings account, and so
at least they're not keeping your money.
No, they made us close the account.
Okay, so basically, though, that's not so much of a shocker, meaning this. Even though you haven't done anything, and of course he hasn't done anything recently, what they're saying is, wait a minute, why is this guy doing business with us when he went bankrupt? We don't want him. American Express does stuff like that. A lot of companies do that. Now, some companies don't. Some companies don't care. If you owe them money, go bankrupt and open a new account, they're figuring, well, at least we got some business from you. But that's a really interesting development, Lara. Mm-hmm. Thank you for letting us know that. Go ahead, Lara.
Never notified. We were never notified. We've never received a letter that our accounts were frozen. We found out because someone tried to cash a check.
No, that's what sucks. That sucks because they should have at least said to you, by the way, you have like 10 days or 3 days or whatever to close your account.
Yeah, we're not the only ones. This is happening to other people. So I just wanted to put that out there.
Good, Lara. Thank you.
Yeah.
What else?
I was just going to say, and if you file for bankruptcy, make sure you close your accounts because 8 years later it will come back to bite you.
Well, you close your account if you owe that institution money. Otherwise, they don't really care. They really don't. The only reason they did that to you guys is because you owed them money. So if you owe a financial institution any money, you should close the account. You're absolutely right. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Deputy Bo has some follow-ups. Plus, we have John Fuller, attorney at law, personalinjuryco.com. All of that coming up.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Michael Brown tomorrow morning at 6:30 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Colorado State Patrol.
Some normal slowdowns into the downtown area this afternoon. I-25 southbound showing speeds in the 30s and 40s between I-70 and Colfax. Northbound I-25 slow between Alameda and Colfax. 6th Avenue eastbound, some stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. I-70 eastbound, you are going to see some slow traffic heading to DIA just after I-225 and approaching Pena Boulevard. Fox 31, pinpoint weather. We've got a stormy couple days ahead of us. High of 93 this afternoon, still quite nice and warm out there. Isolated thunderstorms throughout the Front Range, overnight low of 63. Tomorrow, scattered thunderstorms, things cooling down a couple degrees with a high of 87. The current temperature is 90 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHOW.
Slow down and move over. For people changing a tire, roadside workers, or emergency service crews. Slow down and move over. It's the law. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is a place that I've used, and I recommend them highly. They're a family-owned and operated investment advisory firm that helps you get ready for retirement and exist during retirement through your wise growth of a nest egg and then the protection of that nest egg and then converting it to income. That's what they do. Plus, they help you with legacy planning, estate planning, of course, that is, along with other things needed in retirement, like long-term care. They look at all the elements that you have and then make sure you have enough to get through a secure and safe retirement. Retirement Planning Center of the Rockies is happy to talk to you about what they do, how they do it, and what it costs, and how their benefits far outweigh what you're charged. 970-663-3211 for a complimentary consultation as many times as you want to feel comfortable. 970-663-3211. rpcenter.com. Hey, discountbath.com. In itself, it sounds like a dichotomy, discount and then bath. Usually those are words that don't go together, but they do go together with this company. Chris and his team have dedicated themselves to simply making less profit and finding the best materials at the best prices to get you a discount bath. Whether you want that bath in a basement where it's roughed in, or you want to put a new bathroom in or redo the hallway bathroom, or you want a master bedroom bath, whatever it is, they can do it. And they'll give you prices without them even having to visit. You go to their website, fill out the information, and then they'll send you a link. Now, this link you can upload videos to and information, and you'll get a price. 720-979-2322. If you have any questions, get your price right here. Discountbath.com.
Housekeeper loves you cleaning those drums and stuff.
Yeah, I don't let him. That's
No?
what I have to do. And I haven't done it in a while. Normally, I take a vacuum with a brush.
Yeah.
The round brush.
Yep.
filming something on there, so I have to clean them. I have an idea for a cool video I'm doing on YouTube, just for fun. Here's the problem with mineral rights, which I learned. Buy them in lots. So from estates or from families or from, never do you go to, like less than 5% of the time do you go to an operator and buy rights for this well. So when you buy from a family or a company or a group or get a portfolio of maybe 100 wells, maybe 300 different properties, thousands of acres. Right. Shit. And then you pay a lump sum. Okay. Now what? Now when you want to sell one of those or two of those or some of those, you don't know what your basis is. So you don't know that if you sell each one at the end, will you recoup your original investment? You don't even fucking know, because there's no way to assign a basis. There's no way. I don't even know how you assign a basis. I don't even know what you do about taxes. Because over the years, I've accumulated so much from so many different, for lump sum prices. But I don't know what price to attribute to that acre or that well or that well. It's really frightening. And I talk to mineral attorneys, and they don't even know what to tell me.
10 seconds here, guys.
Scenes to make sure that Kamala Harris loses, that the people who deposed him fail. And what form do you think those efforts will take? Join us at 4 on The Dan Caplis Show.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Steve's got a suggestion for the guy with the gazebo. He has a metal roof on the gazebo. The HOA's given him a hard time, saying it has to match the house, which means he'd have to put down plywood decking and then an asphalt roof, and it would look like hell underneath because the nails would come through the plywood, and the gazebo has an open ceiling in the, like a cathedral ceiling. What do you think, Steve?
Well, my thought is that he could leave that metal roof where it is and put furring strips on the trusses and then put the wood on top of that, and then the metal roof would cover any nails that would come through there, and then all he'd need is maybe one of those strips along the outside that might cover the difference between the two roofs.
I understand. So you're saying there's a way to cover those nails?
Well, no, I'm just saying leave his original roof on, put the furring strips on the
metal roof. Got it. Oh, I see.
On the metal roof. The metal roof will cover it all up. So
I see. You're saying just basically put some furring strips on the metal roof and put a new roof above, and you have a little airspace in between.
Right, and then nobody'd see the nails, and then he just has to do those new things they require on houses. That drip strip along the edges would probably cover up the gap of that.
Never thought of that. That might be it. Again, it's going to cost him, though. I mean, it seems a shame to do that just because of this rule. But thank you, Steve.
With his trying to get it approved, but that could be a fairly decent last.
Well, thank you for thinking. I love when our audience calls in with suggestions, our listeners. Hey, Deputy Bo has a follow-up. Now, here's what happened. Brenda called us Monday and said, I worked for Grandma's Goodies, and that's a kind of a nice restaurant. A down-home restaurant, we found out. Anyway, she said, I quit because the owner is keeping all the tips from his servers. And then we learned she only worked there 6 hours, so we're not sure what happened. But Deputy Bo, you followed it up. What did you find out?
Yes, Tom. This is Brenda. It's good to
we have time to always dig in to get. There seems to be always another side to the
Oh,
story.
you think?
I got a hold of absolutely, yeah. Called Vicky, the owner of Grandma's Goodies. Called. They're a good mom and pop restaurant. They got 4.7 rating, and I think that Guy Ferrari on Diners and Drives did a story about him. But anyway, the bottom line is she just wasn't working out. She had an altercation with an employee or a customer, so they had to let her go. She's only there a few hours. She called in stating that the employees do not get the tips. That cannot be anything further than the truth. They have a tip jar. They collect the tips. At the end of the day, Vicky and her husband that own Grandma's Goodies split up the tips between the employees and the people that make. So they've done it for years. They do not keep the tips at all. Brenda was just calling to disparage the restaurant, and I think it's
too bad. That's really too bad. But
so I just want to give kudos to the restaurant because she called in to disparage the restaurant, and I think they're very good. Based on the ratings, a very good restaurant. And they're not out to screw the employees.
You know, thank you very much. In fact, we all agreed we were going to try this place out. It looks so good online.
It takes some special talent to get fired in 6 hours. You know?
Yeah. By the way, how do you get fired in 6 hours? Did they elaborate at all?
They said there was some sort of altercation with either with one of the guests, and they let her. They had to let her go and show her to the door. So,
you know, I have a funny story about that.
Brenda.
I was there. Rolly Purefoy, me and some friends were at a car show, and we were at a restaurant, and this waitress was so nasty that we couldn't believe it. I mean, she really was nasty. I mean, it wasn't just somebody and we didn't know why, but I remember at the time my friend was going through a divorce, and he made a comment because we were all there for a guys' weekend at this car show, and he made a comment. He said, "If I wanted to be treated like this, I'd stay home." It was pretty funny. But then I got so pissed off. I remember the day. Rolly would tell you. I got up and I rang my glass like they do at weddings with the silverware, ding, 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 ding. And people looked at me and I said, "How many here are being treated terribly by this woman? I am kind of sick and tired of it. We're all here having fun. Why is she being so nasty?" Oh, man, you wouldn't believe it. People start raising their hand and clapping for me. I mean, the ones that had her. She was fired. So I had to have been a year and a half later, maybe. I think it was a year and a half. I was doing a live shot for Channel 4 at the Wizard's Chest on Halloween. Halloween, so the Wizard's Chest, it used to be this magic store and costume store. And all of a sudden, this witch comes up to me and says, "I hope you're satisfied." I'm thinking, how apropos, she's dressed as a witch. And she was the woman that had gotten fired and wanted to let me know that I ruined her life. I said, "No, I didn't ruin your life." I said, I think you pretty much did that. I mean, and I don't know how leaving a job as a waitress in wherever the town was, Breckenridge or whatever, is going to ruin your life. But that was... And that woman, she showed up at 3 different live shots.
Better watch out.
Well, that was a long time ago. She's probably still a witch, though. Anyway, 303-713-8255.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm.
A new incident over on the west end of town, Sheridan Boulevard northbound. We've got a crash blocking 2 right lanes at eastbound I-76, seeing slow traffic back from 57th. Over on the east end near DIA, E-470 southbound, road construction in the right lane at Toll Plaza D has stop and go back from 96th. Through downtown, I-25 north and southbound, some usual slowdown. Southbound I-25 showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between I-70 and 6th. Fox 31, pinpoint weather, some stormy days ahead of us. Another warm one today with a high of 93 in the afternoon. Isolated thunderstorms throughout the front range. Overnight low of 63. Scattered thunderstorms tomorrow with a high of 87. Current temperature in Denver is 90 degrees. With your Impact Traffic and weather, Mark Swan, 630 KHEL.
It's Mattress Firm's best sale of the year, Labor Day sale. Save up to $900 on select adjustable mattress sets from Stearns & Foster, Tempur-Pedic, and Sealy. Plus, get up to a $300 instant gift for pillows and more.
Sheridan Auto Tech is the place for honesty, integrity, value, and experience when it comes to your car. How can you ask for anything more? You know, they do pre-buy inspections for $120. Plus, they do any kind of repair, minor, major, also maintenance, and electrical issues on Colfax, west of Wadsworth, well worth the drive no matter where you're going from or coming from. That's Sheridan Auto Tech. Uncle Kevin and his team will treat you like family. That's why I call him Uncle Kevin. 303-455-7242. 455-7242. SheridanAutoTech.com. Made in the Shade is a window covering place that helps you to be made in the shade, which means kind of like taking it easy. And you can take it easy with them because they do all the measuring and all the thinking. So you have a designer that comes with someone who measures and they suggest different window coverings for different openings, and they do shades or shutters, or they do blinds, they do curtains, they do valances, whatever you want. They even have shutters, and they will give you a price if you decide to go with them. They then deliver and install with the best installers in the business. It's one-stop shopping, and that is Made in the Shade. 720-458-6566. One source, denvershades.co. So,
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on a shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or belts slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Granger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, the ones who get it done.
Don't let spring allergies make you miserable. Try the quick drug-free solution trusted by over 4 million people. Navage. Only Navage uses suction to flush out your sinuses using refreshing saline, helping you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. And here's even better news. Navage is now available at your local Sam's Club in a great new value pack. It's everything you need to start breathing better fast. Check out Navage at your local Sam's Club today. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Breathe easy.
Good afternoon. Thanks for calling the Tom Martino Show. Yeah, so we're actually getting ready to close for the day. You can call back from 10 to 2 tomorrow, or I can take your name and number and I can call you when we open lines at 10 a.m. tomorrow. All right, what's your name? And what's your phone number? And that is 314-620-6626. Okay, I'll call you tomorrow morning, okay?
10 seconds here, guys.
Thank you.
Day 3 of the DNC in Chicago, as well as Newsmax White House chief correspondent James Rosen, recapping speeches from the Obamas and previewing Tim Walz on Wednesday night. Tune in at 2 here on 630 KHAL.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Okay, so, Mike, what is your suggestion for the guy with the gazebo? Mike?
I don't remember anybody telling him. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. I didn't hear anybody tell him. Well, first thing he needs to find out is those are pre-manufactured gazebos.
Right.
What's the load bearing, snow bearing on it? How much weight can that gazebo hold? Because once you start adding shingles and wood and everything, it may not be able. He may come out and find a collapse.
Yeah, that's true, of course. But I mean, the bottom line was it was just a bad idea to go and do that anyway.
Do you know what I think? And this is probably crazy, Mike, but thanks for calling. I think that Costco would take it back.
They might.
That's how crazy they are. They would. If he said my homeowners won't allow it.
And go buy one of those big wooden ones in front of Home Depot and.
But there's labor taking it down and all that. Steve, you have a question on movers. Go ahead, Steve. What's happening?
Yeah, I'm moving out of state, and I've heard all these horror stories about people hiring companies and these moving companies.
That's right.
Your belongings hostage.
That's right.
I hired a company. I put a deposit, American Movers Direct. I've done my research online. I mean, how do you feel comfortable? This is like one of the biggest.
Now, American Movers Direct, I've never heard of. So here's what I tell you, okay? Here's how I pick a mover. They're very hard to find. First of all, most movers are not movers. They're contract gatherers. And they take money and do nothing, then sell the contract to someone else who then picks up your stuff and then talks you into more money, and then somebody else transports it, and then they hold it hostage upon delivery saying you owe them even more money. So most movers aren't movers. They just they move your contract from one person to another. What you need is someone who's going to handle the move from beginning to end. Okay? That means an agent for a recognized national van line. Unfortunately, that's the best way to, when I say unfortunately, meaning that's what you have to do. Okay? You have to go to a recognized agent of a reputable van line. And this has to be an agent that owns their, listen carefully, they own their own fleet of trucks or lease their own fleet. They don't sell contracts. And they have their own brick and mortar place. Not a guy sitting in his basement in his underwear, gathering your contract and selling it. That's the way you do it. So if you want to move, I'm going to tell you the safest thing. The guy should pay me for advertising, because over the years, I've known him for so long, and the reason he doesn't advertise is because he doesn't have to, because they're the best mover in the world, and that's Johnson Moving and Storage. So
Johnson Moving and Storage?
Yeah, so you call Johnson Moving and Storage here in Denver, and then it's done. Okay, I wish I could name different ones throughout. There are probably other ones around, but this is the guy that I've known, Mark, for years and years and years and years and years. Now, he used to be on my referral list many years ago, but frankly, the man doesn't need to advertise. They've been in business 125 years. And I believe let's see, who are they national van lines or wait, they're for one, but it doesn't matter. They're a real honest to God agent. But you can also get good ones that are Grable. You can get people who are Beacons. But you just want someone with a long history of not screwing people. And I'm trying to find out who Johnson is affiliated with. I believe they're United Van Lines. I think they're United. Johnson Moving and Storage. Yep. You call them. Here's their number. I looked them up online. Again, the guy ought to hire me. But here it is: 303-785-4314. There. Don't screw around. Just don't screw around with anyone else. It's that. Okay.
Big load off my stress level.
And it really will. You're never gonna have those games because the way it works sucks usually. You call a guy, they take money, they do nothing, they sell your contract, you never know who you're dealing with. There's 4 or 5 different people, they hike the price each time, keep your stuffs. And by the way, most of the time it doesn't pay to move. It pays to sell and to buy where you are and take the most valuable of your stuff that's so keepsake or documents and simply ship them. By the way, John Fuller, personalinjuryco.com, 303-597-4500. But simply remember the name Fuller. John, you will talk to each and every client that calls and wants to talk to you. Is that right, John?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I'm serious when I say this. Just call, ask your questions, and say, what can you do for me? I mean, what the hell, right? You can't do better than that. 303-597-4500. See you guys.
Martino.
All right. Now let me get that thing.
I just did. So I dropped it.
No.
Oh, I see it right there. Yep.
Look at this carpet, how it disintegrated. I gotta
It's just from the rollers going back and forth.
I know, but yeah, it absolutely is. I have to find pads to put down here, but I didn't do it because it makes noise.
From chairs moving back and forth.